How many are you gonna do, foxes? You're just gonna do it until people stop you? Foxes ruin the combo. Hello? Hi, Fisk. How's it going? If the annoyed Coyote has entered the chat and is ready, why are you annoyed? What's wrong? I see it's been a lot of fun culminating in hiding balloons, finding ones that other players have been. Yeah, I saw you playing that. I mean, for the amount of money that they give you, it seems like that's the best way of getting money instead of like farming coins in Worlds. A ton of fun, yeah. I mean, you also seem very good at it, so. King Decky, hello. How did your joint stream go? I saw that you and Dev were playing again. Okay, went to get the noms and this guy had some choice for his kanji on my shirt in Japan General. So, what was on your shirt? First game mentioned part of the doctor. All right, well, I mean that's important. These are definitely priorities, and it's important that you're making the right priorities of putting people over games and streams. Yeah, I mean, I wonder why people are being weird about that kind of thing. Also, chat box on screen looks really small. There, that's better. Said Shotokan Karate written in kanji. So what kind of objection does he have to it? Please tell me it wasn't the something about Asian immigrants or something like that. Please tell me that. Hey Ranger, how you doing? Hope you are well and that you and all your loved ones are safe. Rockstar's a funny way of giving you home you suspect it. I mean, it's kind of what you expect in that game, isn't it? Hey Mythic, here today, one of late that was expected, made a lot of progress on Haze today. Really good bow run where I beat these and started the first time with the bow all the way to second phase Haze. Yeah, I got to second phase of Hades with the gun today, but I just didn't have the damage output. Yeah, the two different versions of that song are actually both really good. Those about me, yeah, that's really dumb, Rick. To hear that that's still happening. Safest workout? Not really. Rifle, hello. RFG, welcome on in. Yeah, doing all right, Decky. I hope you are doing acceptably well considering, and that your partner is doing well. Gonna get the stream raiders going just to get the stream raiders going, because I think it's not the new content until a little bit later. How's your day going, Rival? How's your weekend going? It is weekend. Got a tennis match to do tomorrow night, so hopefully it's thankfully it's not going to be during a stream time like it has been recently. Is that the Foxes? No, it's just Foxes. If there's another one with a bunch of F's in front of it, I don't know them. How am I? I am doing alright. Yeah. Just had dinner, which was mashed potatoes, cream corn, and like ground meat, kind of all mixed together. An interesting recipe that my mom made. Both well, after her amputation surgery, she said a sore on the circle spot. Just keep cutting open and they went ahead and tried to medically glue it. Well, apparently that's like one of the best ways. Instead of just like keep bandaging it and hope that it scabs over, you just glue it. Got my car back, still trying to convince my mom that getting a vaccine is good. What? Sigh. We've heard of a couple of cases of that where parents are completely flipping out. And it's like, we should be flipping out at you for not getting a vaccine for your child. So many stupid anti-vax, anti-science, anti-common sense adults in this country. And in others, but it's also other places. The script on the vaccine? Well, which one would you put, Fisk? She doesn't get hers because she's convinced that the vaccine somehow has the mark of the beast. There's probably other things that she does that probably are more in line with that. But enough about talking about stupid people. Shall we get our lesson started? No, I don't want to download new package notepad. There's nothing that you do that is really that important. Boop. Let's see, where's my notepad? And there, perfect. Hey Blythe. How's it going? We're just getting started, so you're coming in at a good time. How you doing? Let's see, what is today? August 7th? It's a pizza, my usual of sausage and green pepper. But where's the pineapple, Mythic? Sausage and pineapple, that's where it's at. Green pepper's alright too, but that's usually a third, aka tertiary topping. Shaved ice? What's the flavor? Please tell me that there's flavor in it and you're not just eating shaved ice plain. Because that would make me sad. What the fuck say?
クイーンズ・ティグレサンドレイベン様は BR2 匹の視聴者とご覧になりました。
Raven and 2 viewers. Thank you, Ali and Raven. Thank you for coming in with your audience. For the Kitsuneko 42. Thank you. Kitsuneko 4. Princess Kitsuneko 4. It's close. Cream soda, shaved ice sounds really good. Princess Dellen. And Ali and Raven, thank you for coming in. Totally conscious. That's fine. I still know who you're talking about, Ali. West of Loathing. I don't think I know that one. What kind of game is it? And try pounds, please forget to hear that or not in the mood to try something new. You should always be open to trying new things because, you know, life's short and we don't only have a certain amount of time to try something, and then if you try it and don't like it, then that's fine, but at least you tried it. Get all these new experiences checked off your list. Thank you for that host, Princess. Another princess in the chat, just like me. Well, come on in, Raiders. Cal the Koala. Hello, hello. How you doing? Playing Cloney.
デブリン8102とのは Twitch プライムでサブスクしました。ヘアパイナップルオンピッツァイズバリッドオルソーハーズトゥーザサブズ&ザフォックスファミリーオルソーハドトゥーメイクディスクイックビコーズアイムアンダーストレスインアコールオブデューティゾンビーズマッチ。
Okay. Well, thanks for the sub, Dev. You could have waited. It doesn't matter. You don't have to do it like while you're in the middle of a match. I assume you're playing with Maya, so hope you and Maya are having fun for that Twitch Prime. 2D side-scrolling adventure game that is in black and white with stick figures, and it's really hilarious. The only stick figure game that I've played is One Finger Death Punch, which is a fun game. And also, where are my subtitles? Subtitles, please. Where the heck? I mean, sorry, what the heck? Where are you? I don't... Huh? Where'd you go? Oh, just you playing? Alright. Mentally stable. That's good. Always something that's important. Coalition of Princesses. I mean, it sounds like some sort of fighting force. But okay. I'm in. Forgot to mention that it's a Western themed game. Ah. Like cowboys and Indians kind of Western theme? With stick figures? How do you know it's Western then? Are they all wearing like cowboy hats? We're talking about a game called West of Loathing, which I have never heard of until now. Henry Stickmin, never played it. And most of the scriptures asserted loving one's neighbor should cover vaccine necessity. Yeah, but the problem with that, Fisk, is that has become a kind of American Christianity, which is sort of a perversion of the original intent, which is that they've somehow incorporated, like, look out for number one, and that's one of the top priorities, which is, it's sad because it kind of changes the message of that faith. Sailor Moon. Okay. All right. I'm getting more hyped about this, Mythic. This idea sounds very cool. Because then I'm going to need to get some sort of, like, art drawn of this idea. Fallout 76? Never really been into Fallout, but a gaggle? I don't know if that's the right collection term of princesses. Gaggle is geese, so I don't know if you'd put princesses and geese in the same category. Science, religion, and ritual? Not necessarily, King Decky. There's actually an offshoot, like Christian Science Monitor. Like, there's a group of specifically Christian scientists. So it's not incompatible. It's just that some people are choosing to be willfully ignorant. Can't say a murder of princesses? That sends the wrong message, I think. Thank you for the host, Cal. Oh no, I agree with you, Fitz, but you know what I'm talking about though, right? It's a lot of, well, you know, I can break some of the rules as long as it's for me or people that I love or people in my church or whatever. It's kind of a weird, like, I hesitate to call it a cult, a sect, an offshoot, a parapet of princesses. I like that. I like that. That sounds very, very appropriate. Flock of princesses. Like sheep? Or a flock of seagulls? I think we're sending the wrong message. Parapet is my current favorite. A court of princesses? Alright. So those are the two in contention. Those sound good. I like this. AFK? Alright, fair enough, Foxes. A band? Well, then it feels like we should be playing something. They were praying for her to be possessed by her. Wait, what? What? I don't get it. Why? Musical princess group? Wouldn't be surprised by that, because that's sort of, I totally could have seen something like, if any of you have seen the second Wreck-It Ralph movies where they had all the princesses, like, and Disney princesses sing all the time, so that makes sense that if not a choir, then some kind of band banded together. True, but it still sounds like that though. And if they banded together, then they sound even more like a fighting force. Anyway, can anyone help me with today's date in Japanese? And then we'll get to our lesson. Oh, I should probably put a unit in my own Stream Raiders battle. Start speaking in tongues, claims she lost control, sounds kind of super on board and pray to happen again. Possession is not something to wish on people. I mean, the speaking in tongues thing is kind of a thing in charismatic churches. Personally, it's not something that I think is very cool, because it's kind of like, oh, you're introducing a lot of weirdness in. And it's like, oh, are you possessed by something that's positive? Are you faking it? Who knows? Alright, Raven, please do the date, and we'll get to our lesson. Also, what do people want to do today? We got our usual, we could do a book. We could do a more anime. we could do more conversation, which we did last time. That's usually connected with floating over. No, we're not talking about The Exorcist, Fisk. Talking about speaking in tongues, which is mentioned in the Bible, but also a lot of these people don't realize that they're not supposed to do it unless there's a translator, according to the scripture. So, let's do a theme base around a nature hike or something, maybe a zoo. Do you mean a conversation? Like, we're going to talk about stuff? Or do you just want to, like, look at some of the words or phrases associated with those? Princess Posse. I like it. Gets points for alliteration, but a posse also is associated with like Wild West style, like vigilantism, which is not necessarily something you want with princesses. Well, I mean, non-denominational churches are kind of like low-key Universalist Unitarian churches. It's kind of come from anywhere. And because it's not denominational, people may be like, oh, well, you know, there's nothing against it. A syndicate? Why do you have all these crime-related ones, Blythe? Syndicates are usually, like, dark, like, associations. Certain animals are asking how they're cared for and interesting facts about them. All right. Sure. I'm game for that. So once we crank out the date, I think we're ready to start. The Almine group, they do, but there's a lot of kind of dark connotations to some of those. All right, here comes Raven coming in with our date. $2021年8月7日土曜日ですね。ありがとうございます、レイブンちゃん。あ、ごめん。ありがとうございます、レイブンちゃん。じゃあ、ローマ字で2021年8月7日土曜日。Which of course means 2021, the year, August 7th. By 7th, I mean with a 7. And Saturday. A council of princesses. Maybe. Sounds very official. That's just how you perceive it? Connotations come from culture. How many times have you heard of a good syndicate? Most of them are negative. How do you perceive the word hooligan? Or punk? Or, well, I mean, punk has musical relationships. So, texting my mom right after she sends me this video about the vaccine, so when she tells me she's suffering COVID symptoms. She's had it before, but Delta is high in her area. Yes. Some people are like, well, I had COVID, so now I don't need to worry about it. I'm completely immune, and I don't need to, like, wear a mask or get a... Dunning-Kruger effect. There's so much of it these days. People who don't know what they're talking about are acting like they know everything about it. Here's a graph to demonstrate what I'm talking about, in case you don't know what the Dunning-Kruger effect is. So your confidence in what you're talking about up this way, and this makes sense that people who have more experience, people who know what they're talking about, they have confidence that they know what they're talking about because they actually know this stuff. But there's a deceptive area around here, which is often labeled Mount Stupid. People who have almost no idea what they're talking about. Being like, yeah, I totally know what this is, even though I have almost no information or knowledge or experience. For most people, it's down here. It should be a graph like this, where the more you know, the more that you're confident you know what you're talking about. But there are these stupid people who don't know anything, who are still like, yeah, I read something on Fox the other day and they told me that everything I need to know about it. Blah. Frustrating to see this. The bottom of Shada is just really, really sweet cream soda. I mean, I'm okay with that. Cream soda is lovely. I wish I had one right now. A hooligan is specifically somebody who goes to events and wants to riot or cause a fight or disturbance. Hooligans specifically, like in the UK, have a very strong connotation of going to a soccer match so that they can wreck things up afterward, regardless of who wins. They don't care about supporting their team by celebrating with a riot or wrecking the place up because their team lost. They just want to start a riot. That's a hooligan. Weed? No thanks. Sora Otter, hello. Petition support, would you go to college in the forest or a cabin in the woods? Same thing, but the college in the forest sounds like a fairy tale and cabin in the woods sounds like a horror story. True. What is the scariest Japanese urban legend? So you're not talking about myths, right? Because you're talking about supernatural. You're talking about urban legends. I mean, to me, the suicide forest is already one of the most terrible things in Japan. I'm a fox. I am a fox. Which means that you're more perceptive than a lot of other people who come in here and you're some kind of dog thing, or I think loosely speaking, yes. Cabin in the Woods is a horror video game. Cabin in the Woods was a movie. Lady with the Scissors, you're talking about the one with the mouth sliced open? Yeah, I mean, that's bad too. I don't know if you've seen it, but someone has compiled a block list for those IP grabber bots. I have the links if you're interested. IP grabber bots. I'm not sure. I mean, maybe you could post it somewhere in the Discord if people need it. Is that an urban legend? I mean, urban legends are kind of ill-defined what they are. You know how many Japanese myths that kills people in the toilet? I'm sure a lot of people slip and fall in the bathroom. That's kind of a universal thing. It comes from anything you could block the Twitch extension from loading instead, but it isn't really a big deal. I don't even know what you're talking about. Is one of the urban legends that cameras can steal souls? I thought that was a North American thing. That's why a lot of people didn't want their picture taken. I mean, Japanese people love cameras and phones, smartphones. Yeah, that's why a lot of them didn't want to be photographed, because they're like, oh, well, there's a piece of your soul in that photograph now. Alright, well, shall we get to our... Shall we get to our lesson now? Just wondering about how the Fatal Frame game came to be so popular. I mean, if you look at Japanese survival horror games in general, like, they're generally less about like run and gun kind of games like Resident Evil, aka Biohazard. Japan follows the European convention of calling it Biohazard. They tend to want to add more of a feeling of helplessness, and so they give you a lot fewer conventional weapons. There's another game other than Fatal Frame called Siren, which you mostly just have to evade zombies. You have to hide in places, hide in lockers, hide under beds. And sometimes, you know, kind of like in Outlast, where it's like, oh, okay, I see them walking away, so it's now time for me to come out of my hiding place. But sometimes they, like, rush back into the room, hoping to catch you sneaking out. Do I think this conversation still can't listen to the best? Oh, that's fair. No worries, Foxes. Silent Hill, Biohazard, Clock Tower, I don't know that last one. But, I mean, Silent Hill and Biohazard are Western games. Clock Tower is more Eastern. Really get into Fatal Frame? I think I have a fun time with it. I think you might too, because there's a lot of kind of a spiritual connection in Fatal Frame that there isn't in Resident Evil. Evil Within. Yeah, but a lot of, like, you're still shooting a lot, though. Nutmasker, which one are you talking about? Oh, Lifeline. Okay. I'm like, Referine? What? But yeah, I mean, in Japanese styles survival horror games, they tend to not give you as many weapons, since sometimes the way that you get through a Western survival horror game is you just gun everything down, or you beat the crap out of it. But you can't do that. I think it gives you kind of more of a sense of struggle and helplessness. Purple Mirror, is that another horror game? I don't play a lot of horror games, because not really my thing. It's folklore mythology based things, plus I feel it's the lore and it's scary. Kind of. But in some cases it's a darker kind of scary as well. Mythic, because in Resident Evil, for example, it's all these people got infected by the virus and churned, or they got bitten and then turned. But the ghosts that you encounter in Fatal Frame, a lot of them had very tragic ends, and sometimes some of the, like, bonus lore you have to find in there is you sometimes have to find out how they died or why. And sometimes you're photographing a picture of how they died or things like that, and it's really, really kind of dark. Hey, Jack! What I saw was Paper Dolls Asian Game of Stores. I don't remember if it was Chinese, Japanese, maybe in Korean. Well, okay, it may be one of those. That's definitely a lot of different Asian. But I mean, jump scares or gore, because that's the main thing gets me. Not gore as much, but there's a little bit. Like, sometimes you get a cutscene and it involves someone getting stabbed and they die or something like that. Like, jump scares, yes. It will have some jump scares because sometimes they'll like pop out of the wall at you. Or you may panic as monster closes in on you. But, I mean, to be fair, I think a lot of survival horror games utilize the jump scares, so... What is DDLC? You're not referring to DLC, are you? Alright, so, let's see, what did we say? Oh, I can also put in the word for urban legend, which is in Japanese, which is kind of funny because it literally means urban and legend. Toshi densetsu. Toshi, meaning city or urban area, and densetsu is legend. So they literally translated urban legend. Densetsu you would see in places like Zelda no Zensetsu, meaning Legend of Zelda. Zelda no Densetsu is the name of the game. Series. Doki Doki Lovecraft. Oh, just Doki Doki Literature Club. Okay. Never played it. Never played it. Everyone seems to know it, but I've heard of it, and people said it's kind of messed up. You may not want to play it. I'm like, all right, fair enough. Liquinya, hello. Welcome on in, Liquinya. Go to bed. But, I mean, they just got here. Moonlight Densetsu Koi no Miru. Wait, what's that middle one, Fisk? Why are you talking about that? Oh, Mikuru. Seiken Densetsu, right. Which is the Mana series. The Secret of Mana, for example. In Japan, the name is Seiken Densetsu 2. Which means legend, holy sword plus legend. Holy plus sword. Can't spell today. Legend. What is a breadstick? I think it would just be breadstick. Breadstick. I mean, kind of, but here. I mean, from the title, it sounded like a cute game, but people have told me it's messed up. Ah, okay. I have not seen the... What's it called? Melancholy of Susumiya Haruhi. Have not seen it. Was hoping it'd be faster, fancier. No, I mean, again, when it's something that's introduced to them later, they often will just import the name. Melancholy of Haruhi Suzumiya is one of the first animes I watched. Do you recommend it? I have not seen it. My only experience with it is the dance that came out of it from the ending sequence. Do you recommend seeing it? If you say yes, I'll give it a shot. Let's go watch, but you need to move the episodes all over to get it to make sense. Oh, okay, it jumps around? I'm okay with that. So, Mythic proposed talking about going to the zoo. Mystery Jam. Something. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Have not played a lot of dating sims. No. So, while I wait for a response, see what people want to talk about, I'm gonna run the Stream Raiders battle. You know exactly what I want to talk about here for the lesson? Probably. Not going to assume, though. We have any dinner. Maybe they... Foxes! Why are you not eating? Is there a reason why you're eschewing food? To be playing Gloom game? It sounds like a game that you could have played easily while also eating. News for the Nights probably doesn't make sense without watching the first season. Oh, I wouldn't watch the movie without watching the anime. Let's talk about butts, says Jack. What about butts do you want to talk about? Seems like kind of a cheeky request. Yeah, RFG is right to be upset because foxes need to eat. Maybe it's technically after second season, it makes sense after only watching one season. I would probably watch... Are there only 2 seasons? I'd probably watch 2 seasons and then watch the movie. Today I only ate breakfast after 6 p.m. Well, Liquidnya, you are not giving foxes a good not setting a good example. Leftovers. Alright. Pepper, 12 kills and 7 assists. Second place, Sami Sakura Plays, 11 kills. And John B. Parker. Sounds like such a normal name. Pepper getting the 50 gold. You're just copying Liquidnya's playbook, or Ekinya. Should eat better? Yes. She doesn't fear herself getting asleep. Then I learned by example. Yeah, bad example. Bad example. Wow, that is quite a choppy list, Fisk. But is it okay to watch it chronologically? I don't necessarily want to, like, pull them out of order and say, okay, I'm supposed to watch this. Life lessons night. I mean, I do them almost every single time. We just started. We're just doing this the Stream Raiders thing. But yeah, we still have lots of lesson to go, Connor. Watch them in broadcaster, but it'll jump around a lot. Sometimes Connor, you won't be there. Yeah, but I mean, they release them in that order for a reason. That's like saying, oh, you should watch every scene in Benjamin Button backwards. Or you should watch Memento and like watch the scenes in the order, chronological order. Like, but the whole point was to do it in a different order. Feudal Japan, the kinds of words you describe things in that time might be fun. I mean, my knowledge of stuff in that time is actually very limited too, other than talking about the daimyo and like certain things. It's not one of my strongest suits there. I'd that part of history. I know the stuff in English, but not in Japanese. So I go to sleep when one is in a long-distance relationship and have not spoken much the last 2 days. Aww. Alright, well, I mean, I can understand you making sacrifices to... But you still need to take care of yourself, if not for you, for your partner's sake, so that you are in better shape and they don't worry about you. Okay, Liquid Nya? The correct order to watch Star Wars. I mean, that depends. If you're talking to the purists from the beginning, they would say start in the order that they were released. Other people are like, yeah, just go in order, 1 through 9. Yeah, if you skip meals, you may have low metabolism, you may have low energy. You understand how much pizza and breast cooking? Are you eating the whole thing? Same place, same relations. Yeah, maybe. Like I just called out? I mean, if you feel called out, maybe you are, but I'm not necessarily saying anything like that, Foxes. 8 hours. That is rough, but it still means that you can function. Virtuous don't watch them? I mean, the Star Wars movies are good. Not watching them is kind of... You're going to be missing out on a lot. Mark Foxcat, hey! Welcome on in. Good to see you. Lesson sort of hasn't started yet. We're still trying to in the phase of what should we talk about, and I'm only getting like 2 people. It's mostly Mythic and Raven who are throwing out examples. Super bad with eating, ate too much and then forget about eating it. Maybe try to have set eating times. Might help. Breakfast regularly again, which I've not done so in like 10 years. I didn't eat breakfast for a long time. Sometimes it's important to have a regular schedule. Salka, about the movie Saw, I have not watched Saw. All the breast steak with fire, yes, whole meat and pizza and fine. So I haven't eaten for most of the day and late when I woke up at 4. Yes. Conversational Japanese? Okay, so that would line up with what Mythic suggested, which was taking a trip to the zoo and talking about stuff and asking questions. That seems maybe more useful. Feudal Japan is interesting, but the Japanese of feudal Japan may be less useful. Still in place. That's fine. Ah, okay. I thought there was sort of a convention about Saw, or at least a very strong following. Sure, mobile suits? Like all of those Gundam mobile suits? That's too much. Wake up late and go better? I mean, breakfast is technically the first meal you have when you wake up, regardless of when it is. No, that's fine, Blythe. These are just some of the shenanigans that happen in chat. You don't need to apologize for everything. Lions, pangolins, and cranes. Need variety, though that is definitely a variety. I mean, as long as you're not hurting anybody, you can say almost anything you want in here, Blythe. And if you're making jokes, that's fine. Not all jokes are going to apply or be funny to everybody, but you can't let that stop you unless you're being offensive, in which case maybe you should stop that. Tropes? I never really talked about tropes in Japan. I would actually have to look that one up. I don't know if that word exists. Yeah, I looked it up in the dictionary and they have something that's not very helpful. Shenanigans are all the time. Thing about around why sneezing sometimes happens in anime. Anime tropes? Well, I mean, that's a whole... Then we have to get into nosebleeds and that sort of thing. I think we'll stick with the zoo thing for now. So when I looked up what a trope was in Japanese, they just said aru aru, which is what people say. It's like, oh, have you heard about this such and such urban legend? And people are like, aru aru, like, I've heard of that, or I have, like, which is not a helpful word. It's more of like a conversational response. All right, conversational Japan. Conversational Japanese relating to zoos. We'll just call this a trip to the zoo. Hey, Tetsu. Whiskey Dingo's monarch? What? I'm not sure what that means. How do nosebleeds happen? Either trauma to the nose or pressure imbalance combined with dry humidity or low humidity. Yeah, that's the point. The nosebleeds are basically a visual euphemism for an erection, in case I have to spell that out. Literary tropes, all right. One specific reason why the sexy heart is not recommended. Maybe you should look into why people don't recommend it. Not going to spoil it. I mean, if I get into the first season, I probably would just continue on to the second season. I mean, unless there's like some sort of really, really bad reason for it. Indie alpaca? Yes, they are a great alpaca, since they yeah, they seem to do a lot of fun stuff. They raided here. Should maybe raid there sometime. Maybe I should give them a follow right now so I can see when they're on. The alpaca. Yeah, I'm not following it. There we go. And now I'm following. So now, when it comes time to raid, maybe they will pop up on my list. Second is not like the first season. That's true. I mean, I guess Fox's is busy. Indie alpaca. Neo, the world ends with you. Wait, is that the remake? Is that a remake of that Squaresoft game? The world ends with you? Wolf Pineapple, welcome back. Alright, shall we start? First of all, what is the word for zoo? Does anyone know this? Spends most channel points in the beginning as soon as it becomes King, Queen, or Mar. Oh, okay. Does he have that many? First of all, let's start with the word zoo. In Japanese. Let's start there. Does anybody know the word for zoo? Started Furry Church watching Whiskey. Yeah, Whiskey Dingoes is fun. They're very consistent on their stream times, and they have a lot of fun things going on there. Watching the stream before coming here. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, they often start like 5 p.m. Pacific. I see you get their notifications all the time. Thank you, Whiskey here. Thank you, Whiskey Dingo. You almost know it. Do you know the word for animal? Because that will get you most of the way there. Whiskey Dingo pillow. People tell me I should make pillows. They want a butt pillow specifically. Okay, yes. Animal is 動物. Correct. Which is the kanji for move plus thing. So an animal is some kind of moving thing. 動物園, correct. Which is animal plus park. Which makes sense. It's an animal park. I don't know the hoodie, but I got a pillow in a raffle. Oh, okay. Well, that's lucky. Animal house, close, but animal park. Or, I guess maybe like garden might even be a better way to put that. Because in the same way for the word park, in Japanese is koen. No, not like that. Which is public garden. Animal House of Band. No, it's a movie about a fraternity. It's an old movie too. Yeah, I guess garden might be a better way to put it. Yeah. All right. So, let's get started. Remember things wrong? But these are things you don't think about very often. So, unless you're going to like cycle through the entirety of your knowledge periodically, you're going to misremember some things. It happens. You got too much garbage in your head? Do you know how many like commercial product jingles I have floating around in my head? Taking up way too much space in there. You wonder what kindergarten is in Japanese. All right, we can do that. That's a quick one. Probably not garden. You'd be surprised. I don't think we've ever said... We may have said this one before, but I don't think anyone else remembers it. Hey, Cassie. Yochien. Not quite like child plus garden, but it's close. It does have this same kanji. How's it going, Cassie? It's not quite like that. It's basically it's like immature plus youth, which basically is child, and then you got this garden thing again. Get my hermit crabs dinner. I'm hanging out with y'all. How many hermit crabs do you have? And what does their dinner consist of? I'm curious. I've never had crabs. Because I'm very careful about that kind. No. Yeah, I mean, kindergarten does come from German. That's true. 2 land hermit crabs. I have cherry tomatoes, cilantro, and baby carrots, as well as a dry food with calcium powder. Oh! Interesting. Very vegetarian. The calcium powder, I assume, for their shells and such. Cool. Didn't know that. So do you basically just like make a salad for yourself and then give them some of it? Alright, shall we get started? Let's see, zoo staff we'll start with. Let's get hermit crabs at the mall. I mean, there's probably used to be pet shops and stuff. Making a lot of random foods. Oh, okay. Are you drunk, Pyro? There no place I'd rather be than drunk as a skunk in a kitsune. That took me a lot of brain power to try to interpret your sentence, Pyro. Welcome to the You don't know their gender? Well, they have a gender though. But we don't know how they express. But you could check. Do I own a zoo? Maybe we'll call that Kitsuneko Zoo. Although then I would feel guilty about having all these creatures in a zoo. Hide a lot from me, so I can't really get a look at their underbelly. You've never picked up the crabs? Neko Dobutsu en Dobutsu en Irashai. Yeah, that's true. Maybe they would start with Irashaimase. Kitsuneko Dobutsu en e. They pick up crabs? Yeah, some of them unwillingly. Kitsuneko-san, ohayo, itsumo mite masu. あ、そうなの？これは初めてのメッセージですね。結構前から見ていましたんですけど、いつもご覧になってくださって、うわ、ちょっと。Where are my subtitles? U14 様、いつもご覧になってくださってありがとうございます。We'll say hand soft pets because they have gills and need to breathe and moisture don't handle my absolutely need to. Ah, okay. That makes sense. Getting crabs in his beard? I mean, they live in hair, so that makes sense. Cars of hair so bad I'm calling fish and so. Do you have an air purifier? That might be worth investing in. Air quality's not too bad down here, but northern like more northern than me, and southern Oregon are probably having a bad time. You do? Maybe you need to close the windows and keep the purifier running. Wear a face condom? Yeah, or you need a special comb, or maybe not have a beard. Something the crabs are invented by sometimes across nature. They've shaped crabs. I mean, they've definitely got they bring their home and they've got their armor and such. In Central Valley near Fresno. Oh. How do you say crab? Sure. I mean, we may run into that already, but sure. We'll drop out. Honey. It's actually got this really complicated kanji, which means that when kanji get that complicated, a lot of times people will just use the hiragana. Wani is alligator, which we may run into later. You're getting confused with Wani Kani. In case people don't know, if you are looking to study Japanese, Wani Kani can be a good resource for teaching you kanji. The program's called Wani Kani, and it's some like portmanteau about an alligator and a crab. Why do you have a crab emote, Liquinya? Hey, skunk. Crab rave? I suppose. Okay, so I just looked up the word for hermit crab, which is a little different than this, and it's actually kind of cute. So the hermit crab in Japanese is called the yado kari. Wait. Yeah. Yado kari. It's not coming up in. There we go. Yado kari, which doesn't sound anything like kani for crab, but you know what it means? Because, you know, hermit crabs, they climb into things and use that as their shell. That's what a hermit is. Either somebody who, like, isolates themselves from the rest, or somebody who, like, holds themselves up, like, in a house for something. So this literally means, like, lodging plus borrow. You had to get it for that? All right. The friend, they have moonshine, and we're a bit hammered. Yes. Yes, you are. Yeah, because they're borrowing the shell. They're borrowing their house. See, I had to look that up because I don't talk about hermit crabs a lot, but it makes sense. It makes sense that that's their name. So, I do like learning things while I'm teaching. So you don't have to cry. You can just squee instead of crying. Person with the emote has a very chill stream. Okay. Super Freakza. Or Frieza. I've heard the name before. You like learning things too? I like learning things, but usually when I'm teaching, I don't learn things because I'm just talking about stuff that I know, but always fun to learn things. You want to be a hermit crab? I mean, you can walk around with a box on your back. It's probably the closest you'll get. Irashaimase. Tsumiko. 動物園 E. So this is a common thing. This here is the particle e for to. Welcome to. And this irashaimase, we've taught before, as something you do when you're welcoming customers. Well, maybe wait a bit. You'll probably be a little hungrier if you wait a little bit, I think. Hermit craft. Ah, hermit crab. Crab. Yeah, I'm just making a sort of a conversational role play. So then, how many people are in your... How many people today? Does anyone remember the very polite way that employees or staff will ask people how many people? Wait until I get a little hungry and say goodbye. Yes. Hurrah. Yeah, well, if you like coffee. Doing another name change? Do you change your name at like the first chance you get every two months? Don't remember? That's fair, but that's why we're learning. Jinmei. Not quite. That's not the one that I taught. Sukohara? Where's that? Kyou nan mei sama ga irasharu. Irashaimasu? Irashaimasu? Irashaimasu ka? You're gonna sleep on the floor? As long as you're comfortable, I guess. Yeah, so this is the word I taught before. Nan mei sama. How many people? Because this is representing people. This is an honorific. So how many people? This will probably be the hardest part about being in Japan, is that when people use very strong honorific language when you're coming into their shop. Alafox, hello. Jose, welcome. Probably floaty, I'm guessing. If you wanted a more casual version, just for education's sake, to learn a more natural, common way. Hey, Paige. Hope you're staying safe down there. I was listening to the news today and they said that your state has the lowest vaccination percentage in the entire country at 37%. Dyslexia helps. All right. So instead, if we wanted to do a more casual version, 今日何人が来ましたか? More casual, natural. This is very formal. Got one more week for my appointment for the second dose. Finally convinced my dad to go get it with me. Oh, wow. Well, good on you for getting your dad to come with you and get it. Because they're saying that some of the states with the lowest vaccination rates are seeing the highest spike in first doses. But still, there's a lot of pushback from people. I have to go by myself for my second dose. Well, I'm glad you're able to get it on your own, because there are some states where they don't let you get it without a parent there. Hey, Etsy. Head off when she found out. That would be counterproductive. Would have... Grandma might go with you? Well, your grandma sounds more sensible. Your mom sounds like she's got more nuts than a... She's more nuts than a Snickers factory. We're 10 hours a day all week, so my check next week's gonna be lovely. Oh, lovely. Do you have plans for that money? Too many enemies, and yeah, that can be a problem. It's really funny about... I don't know. What is funny about me saying that? Let's see. Let's say maybe the mother is taking the kids there. One adult and 2 children. Please. You call your grandma Nutty as like a pet name? That's weird. Maybe you should start calling your mom Nutty. Looking for truck's insurance. Well, that's good. You know what your expenses are. Good. All right. How do you say adult in Japanese? Oh, I know what you mean. Age. Suffering from overeating? You should know better then. You called her that because she used to be a bit crazy? Well, I think your mom has taken the title from your grandmother, Blythe. Otona, exactly. Good. Good, Cassie. Otona. And yes, go check out Fox is playing Super Mario Odyssey. Though they spent like 4 hours just playing with balloons, but that's fine too. Well, make sure you drink some water too, Pyro. Don't just pickle your brain in alcohol. Get some water, please. Running something a little sad. When I went to the Pine Knoll Shores Aquarium in 2019 summer, we had these membership cards that allowed us discount for free entry into several locations across state. Ashboro Zoo. My parents shared one. My middle sister had one. Working for my sister across owners, and I was like, well, it's sad reminder that we wasted these because of COVID. And I found it recently. Got super sad again. Surprised we got used to it. Well, I mean, you could see if they would give you an extension on it. Couldn't hurt to ask. Ah, thank you for translating. I can't always, like, spare the brain power to fully decipher those. Alright, so otona is adult. Good.
How about how do you say, let's go to dinner sometime, hello there princess Hyperia Hyperia.
Hey Lupus, you just gave the money and aren't popping into the chat? You quit drinking? Probably for the best. Drinking does weird things to people. Hey Lupus, thank you for the 5 Fox Bucks. Peekaboo, hello. How's your job going, Lupus? Is an alcoholic? Well, that's an important distinction. Airport be long night. You're working at the airport? I thought you were working at the casino. You're working 2 jobs? So, adult, 1 person. How do we say 1 person? And then how do we say children or child? Have a ramp agent at SFO for higher pay and also get flight benefits. Nice. Hitori. Yes. All right. Fox is busting in and wrecking it. Yes. Also, Cassie got it. Hitori. Kodomo. And then what's 2? Ni? That's the number 2, but remember there's a special way to say 2 people. Kirawarete. Kirawarete. It sounds like you're saying Kira. Sounds like you say you want to be hated, which is not something you want to be saying. Yes. Futari. Alright, have fun, Blythe. Oops. Futari. Hitori, futari. These are the 2 special ways you have to talk about people. Yeah. You're reading some weird stuff there. Skunk. Otona. Tori. Kodomo. Futari. Kudasai. Child is indeed called Domo. It's a song? Still, it's a weird lyric. Zoo staff will probably come back with aw. Oh, that's great, Mythic. Glad you are honoring her. Please take these tickets and enjoy your... Not a very good writer. Stay? Yeah. Visit? Visit makes more sense because you're not staying there like for a long term. Existence? That's a little bit too much. You're getting a little existential there. Enjoy your crab? Are you giving out free crab with your visit to the zoo? I'd worry about where the crab came from. Free crab with I mean, that'd probably be a popular promotion. Crab's very popular in Japan. Good! I was just about to ask, and Etsy jumped in and slam dunked that one. The word for ticket is kippu. Ticket for admission, for a train, for a movie theater, all of those. Kippu. Notice there's a double P here. Kippu. So it's not kippu. Kippu. There's a small quarter-second pause between those. Tetsu? Tetsu meaning iron. Eki? Station? No, you're talking about train is the word. Yeah, but you don't need a ticket for a train station. You need a ticket for the train. That's how you say it. Free crab cake? Yeah, but maybe. I suppose that's a good tie-up. So, one of my friends in Japan, we went off to this nature retreat. And there was this beautiful pond there with these ducks serenely floating on the little pond. And he said, "Ooh, those ducks make me hungry." And then later on a different trip, we went to the aquarium and he said, "Oh, everything in there made me hungry." Hey, Ftagen. Serve tickets to see Free Guy. What is Free Guy? Yeah, my Japanese friend, everything made him hungry. Any kind of animal, made him think about food, and he was hungry. Sure, wasn't you? I don't think so. Probably not. Reaper Queen, welcome back. Good to see you. Tetsu means iron. Yes, Tetsu does mean iron. But Tetsu, they made a bunch of kanji. Some of them, one means iron, and yeah. But yeah, there's usually at least one or two kanji in their name that is some kind of reference to their powers. Which is weird because parents, I assume, named them before they knew what their powers were, but they just all mysteriously and coincidentally grew up to have powers that matched their names. Friends of Quite Carver. Yes, he basically ate almost any kind of... Ryan Reynolds plays a character in a video game who finds out he's an NPC. It's called Free Guy? Huh. Haven't heard about this, but that sounds fun. Absolute ton of streamer and YouTube cameos. What is this movie? Let me take a look at this. Free Guy. Releasing April 13th. A bank teller called Guy realizes he's a background character in an open world video game called Free City that will soon go offline. Oh wow, I have not heard anything about this movie. And it's got Pokimane, Jacksepticeye popping in there. Jacksepticeye as Qbert. Interesting. Huh. Alex Trebek. Wow, this must have been... They must have been filming this a while back then. Makes a posthumous cameo. Okay, so they digitally put him in later? Huh. That would be $37, yes. See ads on YouTube? I don't watch a whole lot of YouTube. Slightly Wreck-It Ralph? Kind of. Has some of the same plot. Okay, Slumdog the Hacker. Alright. Can you show us a picture of that sometime? Huh. I will have to find out more about this movie, but it sounds interesting. First reviews on Rotten Tomatoes, the biggest surprise of the summer. Lots of good reviews on it so far. The best ever video game movie, says Digital Spy. One of the best video game movies that Hollywood has managed to churn out, says Slash Film. Wow. Glowing reviews. Alright, I'll have to keep that on my radar then. When are your movie nights? So, movie night was last night. We usually have them Friday nights. Our two movies yesterday were Meet the Robinsons, and then we watched The Brave Little Toaster was our second movie. If it was commissioned by a friend in my traveler group, we're receiving Steam games for 2 months. Okay, very cool. Brave Little Toaster was very nostalgic for some people. I'd never seen it before. Meet the Robinsons was my suggestion. But unfortunately, the people that I wanted to see it, the ones who were saying that they were worried about their failure and worrying that they'll never, like, amount to anything or do well, like, they didn't show up to movie night. And I thought, darn. Such a positive movie. Where do you all watch stuff together? We watch it on Discord. Hypnomancy. It's a platform Earth for humanity became civilized and then gene edited. Oh, okay. Interesting. Response, please? What are you saying? Because I'd like to? Yeah, Hypnomancy. You can always join us in the Discord. We have a movie night channel, which other people can use if they want to screen something and have people join in. But Friday nights is for us. Vemrillo Fox. You see a fox you follow? Well, you know who else you could follow? You could follow foxes. They are also a fox. I often call Brave Little Toaster Toy Story before there was Toy Story. That's what a lot of people said. They're like, you can totally see where Toy Story got its idea from. Although a lot of us were like picking apart some of the movie logic. We're like, well, that doesn't make sense. Well, oh, fine. We'll just enjoy it. Thank you for the follow, Vemrillo. She's awesome. Foxes is indeed awesome. Basically, a very treasure planet for this commission. Concept art from the back include a band patch for Chainsaw. Ew. Treasure Planet's a fun movie. If you like genre mashups, it's basically like piracy in space. Kind of like how Firefly was Westerns in space. The only thing is, Brayless Justice is dark, and I dug that. Yeah, there were some dark moments where like, oh, ew, oh, I can't believe this is for kids. Are you just trying to follow every fox you see on Twitch, Vimrillo? Because there's a lot of us. Industrial Music Group. Sounds plausible. I could say that. この切符を受け取ってI don't know if I could get an extension for the Aquarium membership. It's been a long while since it's expired. I just buy my own individual, which is only $6 for free. I price submission to over 100 places. This is worth it, I think. Jose soon get use it. Yeah, you might want to wait to start. It's really made for myself. If I see Fox, I follow. Aw, well, it means you have really good taste, because foxes are the best creatures. Better than a lot of people. Just saying. Skinny Puppy. I don't know them, but I mean, I'm okay with that. Foxes are valid. Foxes are amazing. More than valid. Yes, I'm sure we're going to have differences of opinion. I'm sure you like skunks better, but foxes are better. Aw, thank you, Mythic. お楽しみにしてください. Yeah, there's a lot of other animals right here as well, skunk, but you know, this is my channel, so at least my personal reality is foxes are the best. Kono kippu. This ticket or these tickets. And here's a verb that some people may not know yet. To accept. To like take and accept. Uketoru. Warlock spelled wrong intentionally. They use clips from Charles Manson. Blah. Seems to be very much on the note of Manson's restriction with the runways he twisted the minds of. Yeah. One of my teachers actually said that one of my teachers was an English teacher, but also a defense lawyer. She did both of those part-time. And she said she encountered Charles Manson during a prison visit, and she said it was frightening. You could see he was very intelligent. A Big Fox Master Race? I'm with you, Vemrillo. Absolutely. Industrial bands tend to focus on lashing out against the growing cheapness of human life and abides mankind on itself. Yeah, I mean, that is something that people are frustrated about. The fact that, you know, a lot of times that people are hurting each other just to stay ahead. Just announce yourself at the doormat for the dress card to say something, but it says I'm not allowed to view any messages there. Yes. We will get you in. Oh, is that you? Let me take a look. You might, in the future, you might want to link your Twitch account with your Discord account, because then when people check your... Oh, okay. Someone got you in already. So I think probably Fox's got you in already. But yeah, in the future you might want to link those two so that people are less hesitant to let you in. It's linked? Is it? Didn't show it when I did it. Okay. Well, maybe my Discord's just not showing up right. It's not coming in, but whatever. I'm sorry, there's basically call out the can't stay math. Well, there's suddenly be lashing out against the demand conform. Alright. That's fair. I don't tend to listen to that kind of music, but I can appreciate that people are trying to get that message across. I think we got this. Did I get this one? Yes, I got the last one. Hey. Pepper, 3 kills. John B. Parker, 2 assists. JackFox, me. Gehern Donut, Tirazel, Violet with 2 kills, and Zibu Zudu and JackFox with 1 assist. Renfer Geek and Pepper getting some Paladin and Bomber Scrolls. Alright, boss time. Get that going. Oh, it's the snowman one. Alright. Wait, what do I need? There we go. The one with the 3 Hepriers? Oh. And hold off for any of it still and put it into music. Okay. Well, take your time. You know you've got it. Alright. Oops, not there. So here's another really good phrase to know. to enjoy something. Tanoshimu is the verb. Just in general, like enjoy, have fun. But this takes a special form when you're going to say that, like, I'm looking forward to something. Becomes tanoshimi. Tanoshimi. Or tanoshimi ni shitemasu. It's the kind of band Loki listens to. His history, when he jumped down the streets in his corporate mother, raised by criminals, false source for any computer hacking with his implants. Sounds very cyberpunk. But sounds like a compelling plot. Yeah, I often tell people that I wish they would drink less. I've seen a lot of bad things happen from drinking. All right. Continuing on with the mother talking to the kids. What do you want to see first? Unlucky stick, welcome on in. Guaranteed to happen that way. My path. Okay. Sounds like you put a lot of thought into this backstory. Is skunk an option? We'll see. We'll see what people vote on. Mythic, of course, wants to see the lions first. But first we have to get past this sentence. What do you want to see first? Is there a map of animals we can look at? Sure. So that's the answer. So how do we say this? First of all, what's the word first? We can have fun writing, but we do have to. This is a Japanese lesson too. Sending in Black Man from Hole. Use an abstract life sim. I've seen games like that where it's like, oh, every time you make an action, it like rolls some hidden dice, and then it tells you whether you succeed or fail, whether you get arrested or you get married, like all these sort of things. It's kind of like playing the game of life.
Thomas ゆとのは Twitch プライムでサブスクしました。
Thomas Yu? Yeah? Hi! Welcome on in, and thank you for the Twitch Prime subscription. How are you doing? And how did you find me? It's not often that people just kind of like pop in without saying anything, and then just like, hi, here's a sub. But I mean, that's okay too. How do you say the in Japanese? There is no the. No, that's fine. You're sharing what matters to you, Ftagin. That's cool. I'm learning about it, even though I'm probably not going to get around to something like that. Yeah. What are termed articles in English, a, an, and the, do not exist in Japanese. So basically, when you're translating and you see an a, an, or the, you basically ignore it because there is no equivalent. Unless you're talking about like a movie title, in which case you use the word za in place of the, because there's no th sound in Japanese, so they went with the closest thing they had, which was za. There's the number 1. Yeah, but when you're saying like, oh, I'm going to a store, or I'm going to the store, there is a nuance difference in English. But that same nuance does not exist in Japanese. It's a loan word? Yeah, they know that the word the exists, but grammatically it does not exist in Japanese. So only for titles, like movie titles, do they put that in. Like, The Day After Tomorrow was that End of the World movie a long time ago. It's weird that you're catering to the deaf but not the colorblind. I haven't had anybody come in with a colorblindness, but I mean, if that's the case, if the rainbows are bothering you, I could switch it to plain white. Yeah, I can change the color. That's just a matter of, well, so the problem is if they're colorblind is that it may turn up as like gray, some of it. So it may not have very much contrast to the background. So if that's something that people are definitely can make suggestions. I haven't had anybody come in who with color blindness and talk about the subtitles being an issue. Oh sure, there are multiple types. Sure. I mean in men in the US, typically it's red-green color blindness, but yeah, there are many kinds. Do you have color blindness? Is this an issue for you? Because then I can change it to white if that would be better for you. All right, then I can see. Give me a second. Let me see how to do this. I haven't had them change for a while. I think I do it like this. Remove color gradient. Style background. Gradient. Maybe like this? Protonomaly. Okay. I think I have to remove the colors now, but give me a second. I'm still fixing this. Chroma key. Well, okay, now that's not how to do it. But at least the text came through. Maybe I just remove that. Well, I mean, the text is coming through. Maybe, oh wait, maybe I need to go black. Well, I mean, this is good to know. I mean, do colorblindness settings and makers actually help? I mean, it may depend on the type. Yeah, with the black background. Let's see how to do this. That's an equal sign. Where's my... I mean, this is good. This is good to know because I need to know how to fix this kind of thing. It's late. My phone has this feature of turning everything grayscale and it's hard to read the subtitles. Oh. I mean, that should be something that you can set. I think you have like a night mode trying to reduce like blue light before you sleep. Hey, Duchess. Well, unfortunately, I don't know how to change this very well. Huh? I forgot how to do this. Turn the grayscale mode off. Okay. Yeah, see, I need to figure out... Yeah. Well, let's see if I can... Well, I mean, it's good to know how to do it as well. Okay, so now I've got nothing. I can't even get the shadows to show up. Oh, how about that? Oh, there we go. All I needed to do was change how the chroma key worked. Alright, I mean, some people came in and they said they love the rainbow subtitles. Apparently some people don't like them. We try to be accommodating where we can. Wheelie, hello. How's your weekend going so far? Pepperoni sauce. That's a lot of meat, and normally I don't say that, Duchess, but don't you want a little contrast? When people get Meat Lovers Pizza and it's like, oh, it's got pepperoni and sausage and like ground beef, and like, ugh, that's too much. Readability is important? That's true. Readability of the subtitles is not for those of us who don't have a problem with hearing. It's more important that people who need them can see it. So first, well, Ichiban actually means number one, which is only useful if you're talking about an ordered list. Aw, thank you, Wheelie. That's very sweet of you. I hope you're doing well. Were you able to eventually get your relatives to acknowledge that you had trouble with the dog? Chicken, broccoli, and garlic cream sauce with cilantro and dried crushed celery bits. Tasty. Any kind of cream sauce is probably going to be really good for dinner. That, pepperoni, or cheese pizza. Well, I mean, cheese pizza's kind of plain. I would like to read subtitles because sometimes I turn the audio really low, and also since English is not my first language, subtitles also help sometimes. Alright, that's good. Well, then what I should do is maybe save this as a third subtitles white. Ian. Not Ian, I said EN for English. そしてこれが日本語? Nope. Not Japanese. Give me a sec. Still working on it. Means I need to switch it to... Oh, I need to remove the Japanese thing entirely.じゃあ、これが日本語で通じますか? うん、いいですね。じゃあ、これが日本語のJP。うん。Okay, so now I have alternatives. All right, now we got English subtitles white. We can go back to the rainbow subtitles when we feel like it, except it's a little, I still have to tweak it a little bit, but it still works. Now we can have them in English white. Cheese pizza can be good if it's zazzed up with herbs or something. Apparently the official term for that is zhuzhed up, which is something I actually looked up for the term for that. Zhuzh. You darn, don't bother to do anything about the dog while I was actually there. I'm sorry to hear that, Wheelie. I know that was bothering you a lot. But, I mean, maybe next time just make a statement and sit in the room alone if that's would be better for you. Pizza, my favorite's always been odd. Pizza twist is extraordinary if you like pizza or wings with the flair of Indian food? Is it like Indian pizza? Getting stressed about the situation while I don't... Yeah, I think it might be better for you to like sit in a room by yourself. It would make a statement and calm you down. It might, what it sounds like to me is that maybe it is a, we have a lot of like slang terms that were brought in from Hebrew, Yiddish, and so to me it sounds like that. Origin of the word zhuzh. Some attribute the word to Polari, kind of slang used in the British underground performing arts as well as gay subculture, dating to 1977. Huh. There you go. Dictionary.com has it in the mid-1960s even. Interesting. There's a white sauce and olive oil pizza with bacon, chicken, artichoke, sausage, Canadian bacon. Well, I mean, there's a lot of good stuff on there, but when you're ordering from a store, you can't usually put that many toppings on. These just uses Indian spice and veggies set on pizza or wings otherwise cooked conventionally. I mean, Indian spices are great. Like a curry sauce on a pizza sounds good. Or like some sort of like a tandoori sauce. Back with the burrito. Mark? Stream rules say if you mention food, you have to tell us what's in it. Matzo? I mean, matzo's kind of bland by itself, but you can get like matzo ball soup or something. Yeah, 1960, 1970 definitely predates Queer Eye. Dog doesn't like to be alone by itself, so dog brings weird. Yeah, but you need to have time where you're not stressed out. So sitting in a room, bring your phone, bring your tablet or something, and so you can say that you don't feel comfortable with the dog. Maybe they'll get it. Oh, apologize from Israel. Oh, okay. Hey, hockeyist. Baked bean. I don't like baked beans. To me, they're just beans with a lot of sugar in them. Blah. So in this case, for the word for first, as in chronologically first, the one that Foxes did before was ichiban, which is like numerically first. We could use mazu as one word, or we could use saisho. These are our two options where to start. I met her while assigned to the USMC. Oh, nice. Oh, of course, you can't cook without salt. Normal bean and cheese burrito, that's still tasty though, Mark. Thank you for abiding by stream rules. Frying pan tossed out the... Aww. Boo. Well, we're talking about the origin of the word juge. Duchess. In case people were curious what it looks like, the word juge looks like that. Yes, hitome. But I don't think a mother would say that to her children. It sounds a little too formal for that. And go to their own house and take the dog with them. Well, I mean, yeah, when the thing that's bugging you leaves, but you gotta have another way to deal with it. You can't feel your legs. You should be drinking water, Pyro. Kosher bacon? What's it made out of? Wiktionary? Problem is, checking Wiktionary also feels like you're checking like Urban Dictionary. Like, I can't always trust some of the sources. Oh, they just called it kosher so that they wouldn't get in trouble for eating it? Well, I mean, that seems a little bit dishonest, but whatever. We're talking about going to the zoo. Yeah, we could use mazu. We could use saisho. Saisho ni. Either of these seems good. Oh, kosher bacon absolutely is a paradox. It's an oxymoron. I don't think that works. I was trying to stand stairs and was able to escape to room myself without help getting up the stairs. Huh. Yeah. But maybe it's worth asking for help for that. Yes. We are just making up a dialogue. Yeah, well, I mean, that's kind of... For children, let's see, since the mother's talking to the children, I think I might probably want to go with 最初に 何を見たいですか? I mean, I'm yes, but I'm not gonna go yell at a bunch of rabbis for something that bothers them. I don't care if they eat pork. Blinking gorilla? Say what? Not under the standard definition of kosher, no. Kosher and halal meant? Well, then you have to start getting into like religious practices and dietary purity, which is a long discussion depending on what age you were. Vegan fried rice with egg in it. I've seen vegetarian dishes that have pork and chicken in them because Japanese people don't necessarily understand what that means. Or like in My Big Fat Greek Wedding, where they said, oh, he's vegetarian, and the aunt's like, oh, that's okay, I'll make lamb. Stairs myself, but in my house there's like no stairs, it's a one-story house. Well, that's more convenient for sure. Yeah, I know. That's the joke, is that some people, their definition of what is vegetarian differs from the standard, which means no animals, no animal meat. So you're like, yeah, chicken's not really a meat. Lamb's not really a... Yeah. That's part of what's funny. And the fact that in Japan, they will still make a salad vegetarian, they'll say it's vegetarian, and it'll have chicken on it, or bacon bits, or things like that. Or so if you're vegetarian and you're going to Japan, things may still have animal in it. Like a lot of ramen places will have pork broth as the base of their soup. Furry the Fox, hello. Why is that? Because you're talking about Catholic Lent in Kabuki. Well, so the practice of Lent for Catholics means that you have to give something up. Not just something you don't do, but something that actually means something to you. It's an act of devotion saying that you are willing to make sacrifices. And so often during Lent, Catholics cannot eat meat. Especially on Fridays. And so that's where the origin of a lot of places serving clam chowder on Fridays comes from Catholic people not being able to eat meat on during Lent on Fridays. Aw, thank you, Furry the Fox. I can't take credit for this face rig, though. This is something I found on the internet. But, thank you. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, well, I mean, some people are not as devout as they used to be. Especially when bacon is just amazing. Well, some bacon bits are made of alternative things. Some bacon bits are made of little bits of bacon, so. Oh yeah, I've met and talked to a lot of people who say they don't practice that much, or they'll skip break a couple of rules because it's not as bothering to them. You live in Japan? Not anymore. I used to. I lived in Japan for over 14 years, but I'm back in California. Seafood? It's because of what different religious practices. I mean, the whole thing about kosher comes from the commandment about purity, and in Judaism, anything with a split hoof or a lot of ungulate creatures, which includes pigs, which includes things like deer, are considered unclean animals. Well, I mean, last year was weird. I usually practice every year. I find it to be a good exercise, discipline, willpower. It's not me. It's things like frozen fruit, for example. Yeah, so for some people, Lent is, oh, I'm going to give up the same thing every year. For some people, they will choose something that is more relevant or more meaningful to them. So for Mad Dog Air Pirate, they say frozen foods. For other people, it can be something like you could give up video games, or you could give up like, oh, some people gave up dessert. I talked to some people, they gave up like ice cream for 40 days. And it's an act of devotion to say, I love you more than ice cream. Now, can your loved ones say that? That's a bold statement. Maybe, could be. Some people may give up swearing. Something that is meaningful to you. That's what makes it important. It's not oh, I have to give up XYZ because everyone else is. But if it doesn't mean anything to you, if you're already a vegetarian, giving up meat for Lent means nothing. There's a practice in Catholic ladies kept the practice. Well, but other denominations also practice Lent as well, so it's not just Catholics. From China or Japan? No, I used to live in Japan for a while. Oh, I guess I'm falling behind. And since anime values, did it involve swords, Mythic? Nobody needs to stream them? I think we're okay, although Pyro's getting a little there with a little too much drinking. It's cool. I want to visit there one day because I want to see a lot of Japanese food and eat them. Yeah. I mean, we've certainly talked a lot about Japanese food in this stream. Talked about my favorite foods, some of the things that I really enjoyed while I was there. Most Uncle foods were the pain to cook to the point of safe consumption back in product. Well, I mean, when you're talking about kosher, they were also talking about, oh, well, pigs live in their own poop and they don't mind it. And so that's part of where, oh, well, these animals are not clean and you should not eat them because then that makes you unclean. That's the whole part of the whole idea. I want to also go to China. Almost I love Chinese food. I can't, once I see Chinese food, I'm going to buy it. Oh, okay. So it's not that you don't want to go to China, it's that you have no willpower, which is kind of understandable. Health reasons, frozen furs are low salt and have high blood pressure, so it's good exercise, but well, that's also true. Making me hungry. Alright, good night, Ranger. Not giving up ice cream for you? Fair. That's fair. Not required to everything. You're not required to give up anything for Lent. That's between you and whoever is important to you. You're not required to, but it's considered.
シルバーパートのは Twitch プライムでサブスクしました。Just noticed my sub ran out.
Okay, well thank you for the renewal, Silverpaw. I mean, I don't mind the lapse. It's whatever is convenient for you. Stress relief? There are other ways. Oh, you have to because of your coworkers? Fair. Someone's drinking? Yes. Well, I mean, yeah, some people abide by Lent. Not everyone does. Let's hear from Disney comes back. I don't know if a sword is necessarily the best tool for fighting a mosquito. Fame interject? Of course, Ranger. You have good news? Blackjack, hello. So unclear was something you weren't able to... Well, but it was also ritual cleanliness and purity. That's a different thing. Slowly catching up to chat. Which was actually that the animals killed in particular way in the dead animal's stomach has less than 2 tumors. Well, yes, I mean, today, I'm talking about why the practice started. They certainly didn't. I mean, if you're going to go back into, like, kosher theory, like, it used to be that anyone who killed an animal, like, could not visit the temple for, like, a week. They had to, like, go purify themselves, which also included women on their periods, were also considered unclean and had to do ritual purification. There's all sorts of things that may not apply to today, but that is the history of them back then. So technically, if there was an unclean person who hadn't done the ritual purification and you touched them, then you got it. It's kind of like a type of cooties. Dehydration, vitamin C deficiency. On top of that, just like electrolytes in general, which is why when people had hangovers, I tended to tell them that they should drink sports drinks as a quick remedy. Sending evil the pigs and letting them suicide. Yes, you're talking about the Legion, the Legion demon in the pigs. Yes. Main difference using it? Yeah, but you can use it on anybody. You only get one, and you're using it on me, Silverpaw, which is very sweet of you. A hotel? We actually did one not too long ago. Use an animal bat. See now Mad Dog Air Pirate is using the old noggin. Like, that would be a much more effective weapon against mosquitoes. I mean, a fruit bat would be perfect. We'll call this Child 1, because we're not coming up with the names. Is there a map of animals we can look at? Aslan, hello. Talking about this week, and Rebecca is feeling 1 billion% better. That's a lot of better. I'm glad your chiropractor was able to help. For him, it's probably a snap. Sorry. For hygienic health reasons, it was easier to give rules and explain the science for it. True, but also in the beginning, they may not have understood the science for it. Some of it was just ritual purity. But yes, true. In some cases where your adherents don't understand, it's easier to just say, yeah, don't do it. Germ theory of proxy. True. Most of the practice revolved around the spilling of blood outside of research. There was which involved fire, so the blood was an issue. Yes, that's true. Because their burnt offerings are different than spilling of blood, which is why menstruation was also included in the ritual unpurity. Would it be legal to own a pet bat? You'll have to check. I don't know. Every state has different laws regarding pets. And unfortunately, there's laws in my state against having a pet fox. Miraderu. But in that sense, though, and Kabuki, you're using the potential version of to see, which is physically able to see, which is different than situationally able to see. What? Yeah, California. You still get cracking on it? Yeah, well, that's the problem with the chiropractor's patients, because, you know, they often get a lot of back talk. NorCal or SoCal? Yeah. No, I think it's a state. I think it's a state law. California does not allow foxes. Stretch rats? I call them tube cats, but that's fine too. So nobody's going to say himself, alright, have a good night, Duchess. Get some rest. Mieru probably would be a better verb for that. Yes. NorCal right now was SoCal a few months ago. Oh, you just moved. Okay. Mark, anyone crack up? Why? Are these jokes getting your nose out of joint? Thank you. Cantaloupe and blueberries in tapioca pudding. Yum. Yum tapioca pudding with blueberries. Delicious. Mmm. Oh, that's so good. Chizu no Dobutsu says foxes. You have the order backwards, actually. Chizu no Dobutsu じゃなくて、動物の地図。Because the first way, the one you said, are animals of the map. The map's animals. But you want to say the animal's map. So you got it backwards. But that's part of making mistakes. Don't worry about it. Have you taught your mom any Japanese? I've tried teaching my mom Japanese and she just kind of nods. I said, do you understand? She said, no. She's not interested. In the press and advocates were fake, and as far as I hear this, yeah, Orange County is kind of a weird place because it's such an affluent area of Los Angeles. There's a lot of willfully ignorant people in Orange County who either don't understand, choose not to understand, or believe they're above it because they have a lot of money. Gap between L4 and F5. Oh, okay. Lumbar vertebra. Got it. Oh, in Reading? Yeah, that's up near where the fires are. It's probably really bad. Since there's a map of areas that we can look at, you know what I might do here? I might practice showing. Sorry, work is texting along. Let me take a quick look at this. Also, I spilled some tapioca on my skirt. Dang it. Not the real thing in Razor, so none of it. Yeah, you gotta engage your brain. Otherwise, you're just spinning. Oh yeah, those signs are all over the place, Inka. Westminster? How weird. Yeah, I saw a news article. It was actually Huntington Beach, where they said there was a restaurant owner, I think I mentioned this in stream about a week or two ago, who said that they wanted proof that you were not vaccinated to come into his restaurant. Like, well, I know where I'm not going. Yikes. Oh yeah, tapioca's fine. It's not going to stain too much. Mostly it's the milk that might do that. I'll just rinse it off. So what I might do is we can go look at. So instead what I might do here to make this sound mi ni ikeru, this way we put the potential on the going. Doubutsu no chizu ga arimasu ka? Does anyone like Ariana Grande? Like broadly speaking, I like her music, but I don't listen to it anyway. How do you prove you're not vaccinated? Just walk around like an idiot without a mask on? Wear a red MAGA hat? I don't know. Well, they paid me with subs, so yeah, we can put the rainbow subtitles back. That's fair. Now I need to just readjust. I mean, if they want to pay me $2.50 for like half an hour of not using subtitles, I think I can deal with that. Like that, maybe? It's not perfect, but, you know, it's kind of how it was before. He didn't have as bad skills as more talented Riverside. Yeah. Michael's Fish Out, something like that. Presenting a fraudulent non-vaccination certificate? I mean, yeah. I wish they'd made it more difficult to fake those. Like getting COVID. I don't think they want actual COVID in the restaurant, but they're kind of inviting it. Renault, like people is a Trump voter. Yeah, but that's the thing, though, Ftagen, especially when you're talking about Orange County. Orange County has a huge percentage of Asian descendant people who are nevertheless extremely conservative. Which is weird because the conservatives are also sometimes anti-Asian. Yeah, in Kabuki, Northern California has its own conservatives as well. Well, I still got Twitch Prime out of it. I like to remember music, but don't listen to much. I won't skip for songs if I shuffle. I don't actually sure. If it comes up, I'm like, okay, this is nice. But yeah, I don't like go out of my way to go listen to Ariana Grande. Say what? 7 Rings? I think that was her song. Motivated to do chores? Well, I bet Safi is glad to hear that. Imagine Dragons? I like some of their music. Prof self-culture is hers. That's not just her. A lot of people do that. Yeah, who are you and what you got you got replaced. All conservative are definitely anti-Asian. No, not all. You'd think that the so that's the weird thing about some of the conservatives is that they're like, oh, well, you know, they may be Asian or Hispanic or African American or LGBTQ, and even though the Conservative Party is like, yeah, we're against that, they're like, yeah, but that excludes me, right? Because I've got a lot of money. Stuff like that. It's kind of silly. Don't search for the songs, but you won't, skip. Oh, okay. That's fair. There's only like 1 or 2 songs from Imagine Dragons I like. I don't want to go there, Hawkius. Like, so why would I go? Why would I even spend an hour, in less than an hour, to make something to go to a restaurant I don't want to go to? Well, I mean, pain is definitely something that dissuades you from doing stuff. One of the good ones. Yeah, other people are bad, but I'm the good one, and I'm okay being part of a group that's kind of mostly a hate group at this point.
We're gay like a fox.
Cheeky boy! Hey, cheeky boy. Hello. Yeah, I mean, if you exert yourself, there's entirely the chance that your back will seize up more. Buddhism chance very different from other form. True. Cheeky the boulder. Okay. Well, now you're mentioning boulder, it reminds me of the boulder from Hades. But yes. I mean, religion in Japan is definitely its own kind of unique spin on stuff because they're kind of eclectic in their application of religion in Japan, so it's very different. Taoism and Shintoism, and to some degree even Christianity, have had an effect on Japanese practice, yes. Let's talk about poverty because people insulated by their own comfort lose sight of it. That's a great quote, Aslan. Back, and I found 2 nice people in the hardest game to find nice people. Well, it's good. Make sure you friend them and find them, go back later. Shintoism is very much a Japanese animist concept. It can be interesting, but it sometimes also gets a little excessive sometimes. A lot of non-religious practice to had this, we evolved everything to make it uniquely our own. True. Got chips, and they're good. What kind of chips? Can't mention food without telling us what it is. Orange Man for the Power Made Influence. It's interesting, I actually studied a little bit of art history in one of my Japanese classes. And if you look at early Japanese art prior to Western influences, they didn't understand perspective. So when you looked at early Japanese art, and it's like, oh, these people are across the battlefield in the distance, it would just have like men on horses like stacked one on top of each other because they didn't understand making people smaller in the distance, which is weird because it makes sense. It's like, oh, people off in the distance look really small. Why not draw them really small so that it looks perspective? But then you start to see perspective creep in when you look at art from the 1600s. And so furry haters are bad. I have no dispute with that. Where's the other beautiful fox? Are you talking about foxes? She is maybe busy. Compared to eating too much cake is the sin of gluttony. However, eating too much pie is okay because the sin of pie is always here. The sign of pie. That was a geeky joke, but I love it, Aslan. Fiction of history? It's traditional. It's like the culture of art in that time. Respect often related. You had to learn it. You had to tell people, like, draw it the way it looks rather than how you think about it. Arizona Fall Line? Not surprising. Alright. Mi ni ikeru 動物の地図がありますか? Child 2, what's Child 2 say? You refuse the shout out? Too bad, it's probably coming anyway. Yep. Weapons laws are way more interesting. Or way more protective to actually protect people. The problem, though, is that they have evolved violent crime into using like kitchen knives and stuff, but still better than gun knives. Star Skunk? Star Skunk is going to be a little bit upset by that, maybe. After 16 years since Cybershire. Alright, it's good having you, Mad Dog. It was great having you at the start. So, yeah, have a great night. Have a good sleep. How's name is Ryan? Well, we're not talking about the names. We're just talking about what would they say at the zoo. We're trying to make for realistic conversation here. Cosine of pi is 1. Very true. Something about Yakuza breaking Shuffler's finger hitting a shop that paid the Yakuza. I mean, I don't know how much of what I heard when I was in Japan, but I've heard that Yakuza have gone to slightly more legal means. Not necessarily protection rackets, but they often do like take portions of busker money as well as handling like garbage collection or something. Don't shout me out, I'm right here, you're already watching me. Let's go look for the giraffe. Okay, we could do that. Yes, you're right. It actually is -1 because it's on the left. Cosine of 2 pi is 1. Japanese accent? I mean, okay. I guess we could do that. All right. So we are going to do 3 minutes of Japanese accent for the stream. How was Overwatch earlier? I only played one match before streaming, but it was fun. I believe we won the one match. Like later, nearing bedtime for me, uploading yoga and cleaning. Safi says like, all right, have a good night, Blackjack and Safi. Oyasumi. Good night. Okay, so let's see. I see a map. Oh, here is a map. Here's a map. I want to see the giraffes.まあ、まあ、日本の方の印象が残ったら、私は嬉しいんです。それが、とても自然な日本語が話している感じ、また、日本っぽくの英語だったら、それも嬉しいんです。48 hours, you got 14 hours sleep. That's a normal level. But, I mean, you have other things going. Oh, wait, Japanese. 14 hours is okay level. But are you doing exercise? Dev, that would help you sleep better. Hmm. まあ、演歌舞伎芸術を見つけた。それも OK。But for children, maybe this more is better. 地図はここだよ。Haven't left my house since last Sunday. Exercise is very important, Dev. Not just for body fitness, but also for the energy level. You have a Gatorade. Gatorade is good for you after drinking. You sleep for 12 hours, Futagen? That is half your day. Kirin? Here is the Japanese word for giraffe. キリンを見たい。Not used to being this much above sea level. Really? Where are you? Futagen. You said you are in North California, but where? Are you up in mountain area? Dastardly County. Shasta. I'm like, we don't have a Dastardly County in California. Shasta County. Oh, so you are very far north. Okay, Mystic wants to do lions next. Go. 地図はここだよ。キリンを見たい。Oh. Right, I can drop the Japanese accent for now. I think you got more than your 3 minutes. Dastardly Holly Peep. I mean, Los Angeles County is having its own problems. Wish you could hug Mythic? Well, maybe. We'll have to have a meetup at some point later when it's safe. Giraffe. It's the word kidding. And there's also there's a giraffe emoji in Japanese IME. Khrushchev, it's hard to be original sometimes, and sometimes the less original things make more money. Alright, Mythic wants to start a fight between the children by saying, I want to see the lions. Yes, Kirin is also the... not thunder unicorn, it's kind of something... Here, let me... Kirin. Thunder unicorn, kind of. It's... I mean, if you know Jessie, she has kind of the Kirin aspect to... Let's see, is it still in the right window? Yes. Aardvark Remix? We can try. So you can see that it's kind of unicorn-ish. At least in Monster Hunter it looks like this. However, it's kind of like if a horse mixed with a dragon. Like this one definitely is a little bit more... Sorry, this one's a little bit more... You can see it's kind of scaly. So it's a Kirin is a little bit more like dragon horse, more than unicorn, I feel. And this is the Japanese kirin, which is a little bit different, but similar to kirin the... See, this is the Chinese rendition of it. So you're going to get different versions. Unicorn doesn't feel quite right, although Monster Hunter is probably going to have an effect on how people view it. But yeah, it's not quite one thing. It's a little hard to summarize. These versions are a little bit more Chinese, but the Japanese ones tend to be a little bit cuter. Are you just shouting out foxes at random foxes? Shows person live stream those new Thor coming understood some of the chapters. Oh, okay. Good. Well, I mean, you can always like try to take a clip of it and then like ask us later. Elements of deer. Yeah, there's a little bit like the deer horns. Sort of the general shape, but definitely has dragon elements to it. And sometimes I need to play Yakuza like a dragon. The concept behind that one tickles me like a feather dust on a cat's nose. I want to sneeze out of joy. I've never heard of sneeze out my joy, but okay, I can sort of get that. Yeah, kids would probably use Raion as Raion mitai. So for the word for lion, we do have Raion as one option, but the other one would also be Shishi. It's not the wrong screen, I just have an extra thing on front of it. Really heavy rain, Aslan? Hope it's not going to be flooding. Because I know Lurg was having trouble with that in Belgium. I'm just kidding, Mythic. Right, mother. Okay, okay. Got it. Let's go to the Africa section. Kill two birds with one bush, like a shrubbery. You have them all? Does that mean you're not going to jump on the trains at all anymore?
FOX チアード X100 Give me cute ブラッシーエモートください。
How close are you? You're getting there. You're getting there. Probably about skunks. That just a wild guess. Hanjo Masamune. Yep, 3K away. Hey, Immortal. So this is a very motherly thing to say. Hai hai. Wakatta wa. Africa no tokoro, the place, ni ikimashou. They didn't believe they found another sword by the same smith in a private collection. Oh. Did you know that you need a special cultural license in order to own Japanese swords? I know someone who had that license, because normally you either have to be like a museum, or it has to be part of your family heritage to own a Japanese sword without a license. So this person actually owned a special license. Don't know how they managed it. Probably just spent a lot of money on it. But so he actually pulled a sword out of his collection, and he's like, okay, take it out and swing it. I'm like, I was really nervous because I'm like, what if I let go accidentally and it's hurt somebody? But I was able to swing it. Felt cool, but also very nerve-wracking. Africa no tokoro. Or I could, instead of tokoro, I guess we could go with area. Area. Probably super sharp, yeah. When it was compensated by America, the man who claimed it to have done so on records didn't exist. What? That might mean that somebody just like falsified records in order to pocket it. Dropped a stack of sheet trays on my toe. Hope you're okay, Immortal. Might want to ice it if it hurts. Not in your way? Well, I mean, you have to practice that too later at some point, I think. Sword supposedly likely sent to a shrine or hidden set. Ah, maybe. You practice with swords, like real swords? Nevertheless, cultures are things that should be displayed in all countries. Well, that's kind of what some people are trying to do with like art and other things seized during the Holocaust. There was a lot of Jewish heritage that was seized and went into private collectors' possession, and so they're trying to restore some of that. That's the last big thing I heard about. I don't know what that is. Falcon. I mentioned this before also, that I went to a talk back when I was in college talking about samurai era katana and why they are the ideal cutting blade. And he basically used some very complicated math to prove that this was the case. And basically talked about how Western longswords, basically you have a long, straight cutting blade. And as you're cutting through something, the angle at which you are making contact with the blade is going to change constantly as you slice. I'm gonna do probably a really bad picture of it for now. Boop. To illustrate my point. So basically you have a sword. Like that. And I'm going to put a handle on it so it looks like something not really bad. So you're going to cut through, let's say you're cutting through a wall or something here, or cutting through a piece of wood. Well, this is the angle at which you're hitting it, like this. But now, when the blade comes back down, as you're slicing through it, as you keep cutting, well, now you're hitting at a different angle, which would be here. So you have changed the angle, and it kind of damages the sword along the way, because the blade now has to work at a different angle. But they're basically saying that a katana which has a curved blade, is going, as it impacts, the curve matches the thing that it's slicing, and you have a constant edge through which it cuts. Adjustment of the skill of makers. That's your sword, basically pure. Well, Plusso is also in the folding techniques of the sword. But yeah, basically they're saying that the katana is the ideal cutting angle. That the perfect angle of the blade would be such that the angle of contact would be constant throughout, and that's why the blades cut better and took less damage as they were cutting. Toast Orbs, Thunder Tom's way. You still might want to put ice on it, Immortal. Yes, I'm drawing penises as swords, Bunny Paw. Because such cool teacher, knew a lot of things while travel. He has skipped twice by going over the interstate line while he was in the military. Oh, yes, layering and folding. The dark history about some of the katana, though, is that they would take slaves, and then to test the sword, they would cut through the slaves, as well as using the blood, because unfortunately, a weird quirk of curing the sword is that it needs to be around 98 degrees to cure it, and so they would just take slaves and they would just run them through. with the sword. Ken ni ikiru? Live by the sword? It sounds like living in the sword. Scimitars and falchions. They have a similar curve, but they're not quite the same. But there's basically saying, yes, you're making an iron sword, and you are using low quality, as Ftagen is talking about. So, look, you also have an iron-rich, warm place to cure... Yeah, so unfortunately, that's where the way some makers would make their swords, and probably why you get legends about bloody katanas, because they would actually use slaves to help make the swords. Anyway, little aside on Japanese culture. Actually, I don't think we need to say anything. All right. This binds to blood to create cement? Didn't know that. Yeah, the martial arts I study was also basically developed to be anti-samurai. The type that I learned was basically Chinese peasants and slaves developing martial arts to stand up against, like, nobility. Cloak and dagger? I mean, there's whole historical material talking about retractable blades, switchblades, hidden blades, poison daggers, and needles. Whole thing about that. Protecting yourself, you're talking about like self-defense. GA related to the SDF, which is the self-defense force. It's the equivalent of the military in Japan, but they're not allowed to have standing military, but they are allowed to have a force for their own defense. This was part of the surrender terms of Japan at the end of World War II. This is called the GA type. Stage combat is usually I found a channel called Jill Barrett who's been learning all sorts of styles of stage combat for years. Yes. Well, that's part of modern politics, is that there are people who are like, yeah, why should we still abide by this whole no army rule, surrender term from World War II? These are people who are like, yeah, let's let Japan get back to the way it was, and why do we have to listen? Japan benefited from that. The surrender of Japan in World War II, leading to Japan, to the US occupying and like stationing bases there has benefited Japan immensely. No one has been willing to attack Japan, and all of the money that we spend on our stupid armed forces, they're not stupid. The crazy amounts of money that we spend on military in the US, Japan has made that into becoming like a superpower in economics. So stuff that they would not have been able to do if they had to spend so much more money building up an army. And it's just sort of because by one's my sister was. Huh. Well, I mean, you can look it up. Probably not too hard to find that. I also heard on a history program, they're saying that the original concept for like the integrated circuit was offered to an American firm, and they turned it down. They're like, don't need that. And Japan picked it up, and that's part of why Japan became such a big electronics manufacturer in the like 70s and 80s, because they got the patent for integrated circuit boards and such. So a lot of things went right for Japan after the surrender. Well, yes and no, just not quite as much across the board, not as much like world changing. Although Microsoft, Apple, and Tesla, like they've had their effect. Just-in-time manufacturing was an adaptable version of the American company's bound. Yeah, also true. Good PC on PC building. I build my own PCs though. I don't see why I need to like pretend to be building a PC though. Been spending a lot of money? Yeah, but you're spending a little bit of money to buy a program to pretend to build computers, when you could actually have a computer that you're using and making. It doesn't make they don't care. As soon as in the brain computer interface and neural plants that some companies are doing though. I'm a little worried by the way that like Elon Musk wants to have that interface, but yeah, the problem is that sometimes American companies are like, well, we could spend money innovating and like modernizing, or we could do things exactly the same way we've been doing them for a long time and save money. And that's why Japan beat us to a lot of the like hybrid cars, because they're like, Americans won't want hybrid cars, they'll just want to stick with the gasoline cars, and we don't want to develop all the blah 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 blah. So America didn't get into hybrid cars until way later, when they finally found out that, oh, actually people are interested in that. They have some upgrades? Yeah, that's good. Computers are not hard to assemble. They're super easy at this point. You just have to learn a couple of small tricks. I don't have time to look at YouTube videos for the most part when I'm on stream. He's doing good stuff. He's not doing stuff for profitability sometimes. So some of the stuff he's pushing the envelope with is just because he's curious and he's got so much money that he doesn't know what to do with it other than trying to do crazy things with it, but then that means he's getting a lot of crazy investors in there. Good old sturdy tech in the physics brought core. Only the reducing the profits of people who need replacing so much as repeat sales one really think. Well, how many cars are you going to buy unless you're really... Yep. Fossil fuel companies and the big GM was kind of against it. Yeah, they had the opportunity, but they were like, fossil fuels companies, coal mining companies, and like other some of the things, they would rather hold us back because they don't want to change. Oh yeah, he definitely thinks of his workers like that. PC part picker. Yep, I've used that site a couple of times. The water's still a bit dry? Yeah, but did you eat something that was very salty? You may have to drink a lot of water just to compensate for salt that you've had before. Yeah, you ate a whole pizza, and now the salt's catching up to you, so could be that. Ooh ah. Ooh ah. Maybe even like this. Kubi, which is the word for neck. I mean, people sometimes don't take me seriously when I say that sometimes the best revenge on people who want you to fail or who want to crush you is to just live a good life and be happy and successful. So when your parents are like, yeah, you won't amount to anything, or you'll never be blah 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 XYZ, ignore them and be happy. Alright. Have a good night, foxes. Have a good sleep. Good luck with work tomorrow. You don't think he's happy? Well, I mean, there's... People say that money can't buy happiness, but it can buy a lot of stuff which will give at least the illusion of happiness and make some people happy, at least in the short term. Oh yes, the US swimmer who told him not to waste time swimming. Yep, I saw that. Told them it was a waste of time and they'd never make anything out of it. Yep. Well, he may not be an engineer, Hypnomancy, but he is kind of a visionary, at least as far as having the idea. And if he doesn't know how to make it happen, he knows how to hire people who do. And that's kind of important. Kind of the same thing with, like, Steve Jobs. He knew who he could use and who knew what they were talking about. But That was part of his big thing, was to dream big and to, like, have ideas that people thought were crazily impractical, and yet somehow they made it work. Tokugawa Ieyasu. Not a name I'm attach a lot of good things to. Well, you could try a little bit of restraint and know that this happens. This is learning from experience, Mythic. Okay. Well, we can incorporate the thing about their foods in there. Like, he's eating leaves off the tree. Yeah, I was wondering what Indonesia had to do with it. Well, part of the problem is that China is not caring about where it gets some of these things. China is stealing a lot of their ideas. And certainly not above industrial espionage or outright property theft. Well, eventually, hopefully, the reminder will stick, or that you'll remember at some point. Not using above using anybody for slave labor. Doesn't matter who. Oh wow, how long has it been on the Stream Raiders? We've definitely gone a little bit over on this one. First thing, people do have long-term net positive impacts, and certainly makes it possible for rich countries to be able to enjoy things like Apple products. Uh-oh. Okay. We actually got the I was afraid the snowman was going to reconstruct. We've had to we've had to convict a number of Americans on espionage charges before. Whew. Barely made it. Lily Cosplay, hello.
エッツエズーウトノの2ヶ月目のサブスクです。IT won't go away.
It won't go away? I mean, you can ignore it. Do you wanna build a snowman? Come on, let's go and play. I never see you anymore. Come out the door. It's like you've gone away. Way. We used to be best buddies. Now we're not. I wish you would tell me why. Do you wanna build a snowman? Doesn't have to be a snowman. Yep, not doing the whole thing, but I do like that song. Not as good as some of the other songs in there, but Philosopher, hello. Okay, bye. Yep, that is the next line. Hey, it's Beatles Girl.
ビートルズガール421との12ヶ月目のサブスクです。こんばんはキツ先生。私が言っていることは意味がありません。私が Google 翻訳を使ったと言えますか？ハイペリエイアイヤーアルレディ。君は私の人生にとても大事な存在です。
Aw, thank you for the message, Olivia. In case you couldn't understand that, said, "Good evening, Kitsu Sensei. There's no meaning to what I'm saying. Can you say that I'm using
アノ
Google
ニマス
Translate?
チアード X100。
You're already? You are a very important presence in my life," says Olivia. And then Anonymous, who I have suspicions on who Anonymous is, dropped 100 bits in order to start the scam train. Feels like it's been a week. That's a very long week, Olivia. Can you say yes? I mean, the details aren't super important. Don't worry about the train. It's not important. Hey, Philosopher. Let's finish this up. We did 22 kills by me. Yay. Ricky with 11 kills. Ricky with 7 assists. And Pepper and Jack with 1. 95 bits? Why would I 95 bits? You didn't want to do the message at 100? JackFox, 2 Berserker Scrolls, 3 Musketeer Scrolls for Pepper. Thank you for the 95 bits, see you. Alright. That's another boss. Moving towards our boss chest goal there. It's gonna keep plowing through. You wanna take attention? It still pops up, it just doesn't say anything. Can create its best moves in opposition's worst problem. Sometimes. Problem is, I think we're going in... We have so much potential to do good, and yet we have so many people who are determined to do really bad things right now. What?
パーロシファーとのはインモータル・ザ・ホワイト・フォックスからサブスクをいただきました。インモータル・ザ・ホワイト・フォックスギフテッド・ア・ティーア・ワンサブ・トゥ・ファーロシファー。
Thank you, Immortal. You already support the stream plenty. You're at a tier 2 sub and you're gifting to Philosopher. Has class been going? Class has been going pretty well. Alright, we definitely finished train level number 1. Hey Mash, good evening. You're popping in here a little late. What?
ボンディバザーベルトノはエッツエズーからサブスクをいただきました。エッツエズーギフテッドアティーヤワンサブトゥーボンディバザレーベル。ファットリバルとのはエッツエズーからサブスクをいただきました。エッツエズーギフテッドアティーヤワンサブトゥーファットリバル。 レンジャーサイフォンとのはエッツエズーからサブスクをいただきました。エッツエズーギフテッドアティアワンサブトゥーレンジャーサイフォン。ザザコーレイドとのはエッツエズーからサブスクをいただきました。エッツエズーギフテッドアティアワンサブトゥーザザコーレイド。
Good night, Anka.
U14 イットムクとのはエッツエズーからサブスクをいただきました。エッツエズーギフテッドアティアワンサブトゥー U14 イットムク。
Thank you, Etsy. 5 community subs, and you hit 5 people who, at least U14 is new, but they popped in recently. The others are regulars in the stream. You have excellent aim, Etsy. Von Diva, Fat Rival, Zaza. Ranger Siphon was in here earlier, as was Rival. Thank you for the 5 subs, Etsy. Thank you for the support. You gonna say that GIF subject? Me neither. That's what also a very, very fun GIF. $69. Thank you for the 69 bits. You need 100 if you want to be part of the train, though. I know you're 69ing for the meme, but you won't get the hype train emotes unless you give 100. Not that I'm saying you have to, I'm just saying that if you want the benefit out of that. Swings over nearly, I don't think I need to update my legal name and general things. I need to go to the utilities, bank, ID, birth certificate, and a few medical things. I can get hold of utilities. Okay. But, I mean, you've already got some of it changed. Oster429, thank you for the follow. Just had a bad time, so to break down, but I better end here now. Aw, I'm sorry to hear that, Mash. I won't ask the details. I don't need to revisit that. The only hard thing to make people unify is wrong. I mean, there have been characters in literature that have done that. Unlucky Stick.
Unlucky _ stick チアード X100 ハイプトレーン。
Immortal showing you how it's
チアー
done.
ド X169 like this.
Like this.
ファーロシファーチアード X621 IFIT has to be like that.
Doesn't have to be 621. I was just saying 100 if you want the emotes. Or I guess you get one emote. Oster, hello, buenas noches. Hola, buenas noches, Oster. Doesn't have to be like that, philosopher, but thank you.
Immortal the White Fox チアード X420 へへ。
Hehe, indeed. Why are you all memeing with the bot? Everybody names are happy, be a true self. Yes, you just have to get everyone else on the same page, Raven. I didn't want memes, I just said... When did I ever say that I wanted memes? Not seen in a while. They popped in earlier. They're probably streaming themselves, though. No, I'm not asking anyone to donate 69,420. The internet just takes over 9,000. You don't have to...
Fox チアード X100 ヒヒ。
You're not here, you're asleep? Are you sleep bidding? Sleep donating? And you have all the emotes! You don't even need to be part of the train! I don't get it! And there's gonna be a he popping up after a long, long pause. I guess I'll keep going while I'm waiting for that last he to pop out. これは、he から、
he.
There's the he. Go to bed, foxes. What? Why? There's no reason to do that, Ftagen. It's all for me, but you don't need to. You could just be a good person. Why do you... that seems like a waste of time and money. But thank you for the support. We got a level 3 scam train coming through. And brush your teeth. You're brushing your teeth for a long time.
妹オザホワイトフォックスチアード X100 ヒヒヒヒヒヒヒヒヒヒヒヒヒヒヒヒヒヒヒ大チャンスマーク
That's even more laughing than a hyena. Are you sure you're not part hyena, Immortal? Your absence, loss, and grief are part of life, Falcon. You can't just like try to wipe it out. People will still remember you for good. Yeah, that was definitely a Yin kind of action. So retired, had work today at 10:30 a.m. with no sleep because I couldn't fall asleep thanks to some pain. Nightmares. It's kind of a rough night and rough person it is. Personally, even still bother me, just not sure to do. Another early shift, I assume tomorrow. Hopefully get some sleep tonight. Well.
フォックスチアード X100 ヒヒヒホホホッバははへへへフフフ君がすごく美しい
Yes, technically almost every letter in the Japanese alphabet along the H row can be used for a type of laughing. Good night, foxes. And No, what?
アンディアンダーバーワフ88とのはエッツエズーからサブスクをいただきました。エッツエズーギフテッドアティーヤワンサブトゥーアンディアンダーバーワフ88。ネール43とのはエッツエズーからサブスクをいただきました。エッツエズーギフテッドアティーヤワンサブトゥーネール43。スコセスコンクアンダーバーノーウィンスコンクとのはエッツエズーからサブスクをいただきました。エッツエズーギフテッドアティーヤワンサブトゥー SK オスエスコンクアンダーバーナウィン SK オン系。
Well, Andy Wolf, definitely a regular.
イネリタンスとのはエッツエズーからサブスクをいただきました。エッツエズーギフテッドアティーヤワンサブトゥーイネリタンス。
Inheritance was in here last week.
テブラザーフットフガミングとのはエッツエズーからサブスクをいただきました。エッツエズーギフテッドアティーヤワンサブトゥーザブラザーフットオブゲーミング。ウェレスポールドとの11ヶ月目のサブスクです。オールックアスキャムトレーン、タイムトゥーシェアマイレサブスクリプショントゥーラッチオン。
Yeah, because if you're going to sub anyway, you may as well grab onto the train as it's tearing by, Paldo. Thank you for the subscription, Paldo. Thank you for the 5 more gift subs, Etsy. You still have really good aim. You've hit a lot of people that were here recently and who are here regularly. Korikuma, hello. Korikuma is also a Twitch streamer friend of the stream. Shout out Korikuma. JackFox Party Pack. Korikuma is Australian, right? Australian streamer and part-time DJ. So if you're interested in either of those things, or sorry, any of those things, JackFox Party Packs in DJing in Australia. Oh, you don't have a Prime sub that you put on any particular person. That's fair. New Zealand, dang it. Well, see, I think... Wait, you hang out with DJ Bandit. Are they from Australia? Because I associate the two of you together, but I forgot that you were from New Zealand. See, that's what's throwing me off. I knew DJ Bandit before I knew you. And so I said, Australian. And then Korikuma pops in and is like, from New Zealand. New Zealand, yeah. Yes. So, my apologies, but you can blame Bandit for that. Kuma is bear in Japanese, correct. Because we had been watching Polar Bear Cafe, which is Shirokuma Cafe. You do. You got it. South African streamer. That is very rare. Hey, remembering one thing is part of the process to learning two things. Alright, ignore the train for the rest of the time. We're probably going to... From Shinto. Alright. Right now it's just anyone watching. Alright, that's fair. Does that technically translate to White Bear Cafe? Yep, because polar bear in Japanese just means white bear, which is not wrong. Oh, don't worry about it. Yeah, don't feed the train. It got to level 4. That's
Etiezu X2000 but I want the emote.
Yeah, but you've given 10 subs and now 2,000 bits, Etsy. Okay, fine. You completed the level 5 train. Now will you stop? Kori? No, not Kuri, it's Kori. So you're actually right, though. What did we get out of this? We got hype sus out of it. Yeah, I've seen that before. Well, thank you all for, I guess, riding the scam train. Don't have any bits to give. I can offer your words to be just impactful. So saying thank you for being such a wonderful community, streaming, supporting, and loving. It's okay as I am without y'all. That'll help me through very charged times. So, like, thank you. On to bigger and better things, Mythic. We're helping you to keep your head above water until you can flourish and thrive on your own. But thank you for the thanks, Mythic. We hope that very soon you will be able to blossom and be your amazing self. Yes, Cody. Correct, Immortal. I figure out right now, you'll save you around even if they're safe. We'll get you on your own, and you can have a place all your own. Ride the train, support me? Yeah, but I'm alright. Your paw picks? I didn't realize this was a quid pro quo, philosopher. But yes, so the word for ice is actually kori. Korikuma, so your name is not a play, it actually means ice bear. Not spelled quite the same, but the sounds are exactly the same, so... Oaklight, konnichiwa. Where's my subtitles? Subtitles. Oaklight, まあこちらはこんばんはですけど。 ようこそこの配信へ。ごきげんよう。Isn't that kanji very similar to the one for water? That's true. The kanji for water actually, let me fix these subtitles. They're bothering me a little bit. Trying to get advice out there. It's roughing into flowers. Often after weather may storm so they can bloom. True. Very true. Ice bear? Yeah. Does sound pretty cool. Gonna wind down, ready for sleep. Fatagan, thanks for being here. Interesting discussion we had today, but very glad you're here. But yeah, Kori Kuma. Kori. Name is spelled perfectly fine. Or Japanese. Yes, so water is actually the same thing, minus this little mark right here in the upper left. Water would be mizu. You can see the similarity of the kanji. Where mizu is the kunyomi. And sui is the onyomi. And kori is the kunyomi. And I believe it's hyo is the onyomi. Yeah, it's an ice name. Kori is an ice name for your Sona. Afraid you're not getting any sleeping in tonight? Maybe take a nice hot shower before. Get your ideas out. Try to relax your body as much as you can, Beatles girl. Let's do the basic school. Don't know much self-learning and stuff. That's fine, but if you have questions. Mikasa? I mean, the first character of Mikasa means 3. But then the second part has the bamboo on the top and the character for stand on the bottom. So it's kind of like a coolie, actually. Welcome back, Tev. And I hate when I'm tired, but I still can't fall asleep. Happened to me one day when I went 3 days. Yeah, but I think you may also have to try to do more to just to affirm yourself, to counter some of the negativity, because it sounds like you're not properly dealing with the negativity. You're just kind of like ignoring it and hoping it goes away, but that's not really a long-term way to deal with it. Isn't fair? I gave the gem to Beatles Girl so that she could do the shoutouts. Coolie is it's kind of a nickname. We're talking about the bamboo hats. If you think about Mortal Kombat with Raiden, the bamboo hat that he wears, that's sort of what that second kanji refers to. Yeah, that's hat. That's what a coolie is. Just gonna shout you out every time. So does Foxes. So what's the difference? Oh no, here comes a MASH joke. How does the moon cut its hair? In phases, maybe? It's your old toxic self, but that's not you anymore, Olivia. Don't beat yourself up over stuff in the past, especially Eclipse. Oh. Oh. All right, you got me there, Mash. Yeah, that's definitely a very Mash joke. Moon has hair? How did you don't know? And anyway, Olivia, that's you in the past. All we can do when we have mistakes is try to make amends and take it forward. Like, keep moving forward. That was part of the message of the movie we watched last night, right? Meet the Robinsons. You make mistakes. You fail spectacularly, but you learn. You learn from the mistakes. Right now, you're not learning. You're just beating yourself up. That doesn't help anybody. That means 3 rice outs. Basically, yes. It really changed? Yeah. It's a gradual process, Olivia. Nothing happens immediately. Any kind of significant life change is going to take time. It's like trying to quit smoking, or quit swearing, or like quit raging at video games. Like, you'll slip back. 2 steps forward, 1 step back. It happens. But you know, it's part of the process. But instead of being like, yep, I'm going to keep moving forward, you're like, nope, I refuse to move from this spot because I might slip up. That's not progress. You have to say the past is in the past, resolve to do better in the future, and just try your best. That's all we can ask, Beatles girl. Yeah, Meet the Robinsons. Great movie. You were one of the people I wanted to be there, Dev. Basically the original one, Pyro. He still has, like, any of the, like, bamboo hats with the round conical shape would count. I'm not calling you out. I'm bringing up examples, Dev. Just to meet contact with aircraft. Why? Because they're high-flying? Mikasa is a company name. It's also a person's name. Like, there's a lot of different names, people's names that are also company names. I wanted you to be there because of the message of the movie. I thought it would be good for you. All failing to land? Your jokes are fine. Yeah, but did you take the message out of it, Dev? We talked about the message as part of watching the movie. Change so much for you guys because I want to lose you all work on how to solve stuff like. Then that's fine. We're not perfect, Olivia. And we're fine with you making mistakes. The only thing that would like take you away from us is you. We accept you. The problem here is that you don't accept you. Keep moving forward, but you still beat yourself up, though, Dev. Same as what Olivia's going through. Don't get hung up on your failures, or you'll stop moving forward. You'll stop making progress. You'll stop, like, learning. Here's a ghost that haunts you. It's a demon who still follows. Those aren't you anymore. You're not a ghost. You're not a demon. You're one fox that keeps moving one foot in the other. I guess your past mistake lingers. I guess you know where to be the Ghostbusters, the final ghost. Yeah. We accept you, flaws and all, Olivia. So, we're not leaving you, but you might leave us, because you won't accept that you make mistakes. Stepmom was leaving him money. What? Wow. That's... Yikes. Yeah. Yikes is about all I can say to that. About being alone, not focusing on your own. But I've been trying to say this, Olivia. Even if you make mistakes, we'll still live with that. We still want you to be around, regardless. But it's more about you thinking that you're not worthy of being with us. And I want you to stop worrying about that. We will accept you regardless. Your dad's quitting drinking. Oh, it's a good sign. Gladly shoot the demons point blank, or chainsaw them, whatever it takes. Mistakes, you don't have to do them just about every time. That's part of being an adult. Even in darkness, your shadow will leave you. We'll all have to live for us. I mean, that's another thing, is that the more you go towards the light, the bigger your shadow appears. But it's just that. It's just a shadow. It doesn't matter. Your shadow is not you. Neck. It's the word kubi. Word for leaves. As a separate word, happa. Yes, this kanji ha by itself is leaf, but you don't just say ha. So if you're talking about leaves in general, it's happa. Ice, water, fire, air, land, earth? I mean, do you want all of those? Beans? I think you mean wind. Nugs? Chicken nugs? No. Yes. Kaze. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you gotta work on yourself. Expel the demons. Yeah. And life starts, but the thing that life throws you, test your night. Just use real life or taking card over you keep pushing no matter what happens and somehow you reach the light so yeah. Eventually you will get to a better place. Bean bending? Mm-hmm. Avatar the last bean bender. Wait, do I do ground or do I do earth? I should probably just do Hachido. And air, not beans. Haze. Or fu. Dirt or rock? Well, I mean, it depends on what you want to look at for the, like... Here, let me show you. What's the O? I'll get to that in just a moment. What's been on my mind? What's been on my mind? I'm okay. Well, then I have to bring heart into it. Plasma? Plasma is a state of energy. It's not an element. Also, probably get out there following yeah, it's a state of matter, but it's not an element. Hey, Woobly. So, what I'm talking about is this, which I'm not going to put the sound on, but you can look at the elements behind.
What a fox!
Hey, Immortal. It's good to see you using that. So you can see the kanji behind them. So they're actually using ki for air. And they're using, so this is fire. Rekka. Strength. So they have the kanji for the element here on the left, and then they have sort of its characteristics on the right. So here we have water along with the kanji for goodness, earth with strength, fire with like destruction. Bekka. Oh, violence. Yeah. See, I don't use that one that much. And then the fourth one, air as in peace. So this is air and peace. See? It's more like river. It's very stylized. They could have used more like river. Just kept your nose. Why? We have no problem with anything you've said, Olivia. It's not an issue. It's not even venting. You're merely telling us about some of your insecurities. Venting is more like, I'm angry about XYZ and I can't take it anymore. Well, that's venting. But this is different.
Are you ready?
Yeah, for water they may have used kawa instead for, but that's... I'm not sure. It's stylized Chinese kanji is a whole nother beast. I'm not really getting into that. Ku or sora. Sometimes they use mu, as in nothingness. But yeah, that's why I was putting the other ones in here. For air, they're using for that one they could have used like steam, which is more like search through a lot of kanji for this. Yeah, well this is close enough. I mean, that being said, Chinese and Japanese kanji are not always the same. Tired going to sleep? Sounds good, Immortal. Take care of yourself and your foot. Stylized Chinese. It's basically like they're doing kanji but in cursive. Wood, tree, yep. You are absolutely fine, Olivia, and no one here has anything against you. You're basically letting your past self and your fears take control, and that's not gonna help. We're fine with you and your flaws and your mistakes. We're totally fine with that. We're not kicking you out. We're not gonna ban you. Bean pay? Here. I mean, my handwriting is awful too. Yeah, hieroglyphics, yeah. Like when you see people writing even hiragana in cursive, it's really messy. For example, like if I were to show you the kanji for au. So you have this as a kanji. Now let's say, oh, you want to draw that in cursive? It may look like this. Like, that's legitimately like one way that you could do it. Or like, it's like, it sort of looks like that, but not really. So when you're doing like, yeah, what is that? It's like, what? How am I supposed to know what that is? Can't know unless you know. You can't know unless you've like saw them writing it, because then you can see the sort of the stroke order. Yeah, sometimes people's regular English cursive is pretty cursed. Maybe that's why they call it cursive. So you get it all off your chest, felt good. We're not upset. If the attention needs to go on to you to help you heal, then that's what it needs to do. The stream, while mostly a Japanese lesson, that's not its primary purpose. Some people need or want that. And some people... Velfra, 2 kills. Juggle Lotus. Aslan, Pepper, Violet with 1 kill. And going to Pepper and Velfra. It's totally fine, Olivia. You get some calcium, like milk? We're just gonna like crunch bones? Cursive, yes. What uses would katakana be utilized for compared to hiragana? Excellent question. Let me put a unit down and I'll get to you. Just drop that there, whatever. Oh, I need to put a war beast down. Shoot. So, hiragana and katakana all have the same letters. However, hiragana is used for Japanese or words of Japanese origin. This could be names, verbs, places. All kanji can be written in hiragana. That's why when I write kanji like this is called the kunyomi. This is the Japanese reading of it. And so if I were to write it, I could say, kori, kori. So I wrote, this is in hiragana. This O was the onyomi, which someone asked, what's O? O is the onyomi, which means that it's the pronunciation of the kanji as the Chinese reading. Hey, there are some dogs here, or hyenas. Like, That's fine. So katakana is usually for words of foreign origin. So for example, hiragana, any sort of word, like watashi, you can write it like that. That's totally valid. But katakana is for words of foreign origin. Names, like Olivia, or names of places. California, California. California becomes California. Olivia becomes Olivia. Does that make sense? Battleship named after a city in Japan. Ah, okay. There you go. Orenji, Daion. Not Rion. Dai. Yes, that's your name. Daion. Da-I-O-N. Those are the 4 letters. You're coming for me, sweet silly beans. Always makes my day a little easier when I come by. Scareth, you're very welcome, and always welcome here, because you're very positive too. And you know what? Scareth's streaming alter ego. Go check out Panthergate. Scareth is a super positive being here on Twitch. They stream under the name Panthergate, and it would be great if you could go give them a follow and support them. Jessie, yep. So does that make sense, Connor? How watashi? Or you could say like Tokyo. Tokyo. So this is the kanji for Tokyo. But you could write it out in hiragana. Still valid. People would wonder why you wrote it like this, but they can still read it. Helping people who are hurting, Olivia. Helping them process some of their problems and issues and making them feel better. That is one of the main purposes of this. Making people feel welcome. Making people, you know, giving them the support that they need to come to terms with some of these things. That's why this stream and this community is here. So stopping to take care of you is absolutely something that we need to do. So don't worry about the time. That's what we needed to be doing here. So it'd be impossible to write my name in hiragana because it's strictly names of Japanese words. It's not impossible, but then people would try to look at it like, oh, it would make much more sense for your name to be in katakana because people would expect that it's not something that would make sense in Japanese. If you wrote your name in hiragana, people would eventually figure it out, but they might be very confused for a little while. So when you go to a menu, like if you go to McDonald's in Japan, like almost all of the menu will be written in katakana because it's stuff like Big Mac, chicken sandwich, or something like that. Like, all of those would be on the menu. Chrome. Hiragana for Japanese order content. Yes. See, if you look at this picture, you can see every single burger on this menu is written in katakana. Big Mac. Well, here's some hiragana right here, because this word teriyaki is from Japan. Makubaga. Grand Clubhouse. See? Hireo fish. Double cheeseburger. Oh, here's more hiragana. Ebi, saying this is a shrimp. This is a shrimp patty. Walnut powder. Yeah, it's like flour, because you can see the left radical on that kanji, Aslan, is rice. And if you take rice and then you put it into pieces, now you have flour. But it's flour in the very general sense. It doesn't have to be rice flour, but it's the concept illustrated in the kanji. Oh yeah, you can talk about almost anything, just not too out there. I mean, native languages will have their own thing. They may not write in Japanese. So if people were like writing, trying to like sound it out, then they may write it in katakana, because they'll say, well, that's not Japanese, it's something else. Cactus has more emotes. Nice. Shout out Cactus. All right. Well, see, that's the thing, is if you wrote Connor in hiragana, people may mistake it for a word that sounds like that in Japanese. But if you write it in katakana, people will know, oh, I shouldn't try to parse it as a Japanese word. Help with that. Not naming names and jealous someone. They're better than me and the other things I want to do but haven't been able to. Suddenly bring these things up and I get jealous and talk, say it's not fair to them. I hate that my brain thinks that way about something that hasn't done anything wrong. It makes me feel like a bad person, villain, guru. I don't think I don't know how to move on. I think it only affects me. I mean, if you're jealous of somebody, like, maybe you can work towards it. Try to be positive about it. Try to emulate them. The hardest step of that would be try to be happy for them, but that's very difficult, especially when you're jealous. And that's not a foreign concept, Olivia. Being jealous is a very human thing. Thank you for handling that, Olivia. It's very common to be jealous of people. I get jealous of people. But you also have to just be like, oh well. I either have to work towards, like, putting in the work to become more like them, or I have to, like, just say, oh well, that's something they're gonna do, and oh well. Like, would it be nice to have as much money is Jeff Bezos or Elon Musk? Well, yeah, that'd be nice, but you know, sometimes it's opportunity, sometimes it's the amount of work, and sometimes it's the connections. Toxic and not healthy. Toxic to you, specifically. If you tell everyone that you're jealous and how much you hate that person, then you're being toxic, but all you're doing is you're poisoning your own system. Sometimes, like, yeah, sometimes it's absolutely just you're in the right time, in the right place, and just stuff falls into place. But also trying to be more happy with yourself. McD? No. I'm not ordering McDonald's, but I'm just telling people that when you order stuff in restaurants, a lot of it is going to be in katakana because these are foods that came from other places. I'm not fulfilling orders. I'm just telling people how words like this, like the, let's see, what were we looking at? Grand garlic pepper. Ooh, that sounds good. The grand garlic pepper burger. But all of that was in katakana. Bacon lettuce burger. It's just meh. Loving yourself? Loving you is easy 'cause you're beautiful. Every time that we ooh. And I'll leave it right there. You want fried potatoes? Yes. That's going to be expensive. 2 number 9s. You want the shrimp burger? Number 6 is an X. Wait, this is 50 cents otoku, 50 cents off during this special. Number 45. I don't know if the menu goes up that high, Philosopher. And notice they don't say large soda. Would say L size. Ooh. Know the meme? No, I don't. If you're are you talking about Burger King? I have never seen that video. I've only heard people memeing about it, and I refuse to see the video because I hate memes like that. You like cheese? Cheese is good. I'm gonna stick one more line into our dialogue for Mythic. Cute. The lion looks so fluffy. It's a giant cat. Oh, McDonald's milkshakes are really good. Kawaii. ライオンはとってもふわふわ。でかい猫だ。かわいい。ライオンはとってもふわふわ。 Yeah, I think it looks better in hiragana. Hiragana words can be written in katakana for emphasis, but you really shouldn't do it the other way around. It looks weird. Dekai. Neko. The giant cat. Got better everything except mental health. Japanese mental health is awful. Cute. Kawaii. I'm sure a lot of you knew that one already, though. Or sometimes just kawaii in hiragana. Fluffy. Fua fua. This is an onomatopoeia. In other words, hua hua. Just imagine, you just listening to that, you hear the air going here, hua hua. So you can see it's kind of airy and fluffy. Totemo? Okay. Sure, I'll stick that in there too. Very. Totemo. Any tips on how to love me? Well, I mean, look, you have to... Okay, so it kind of depends on... what matters to you. For some, it might be trying to do good things, but that's kind of an emotional bribery thing. You're doing good things partially for the sake of doing good things. You have to learn to like the way you look. And if you are trans, and if you have gender dysphoria, body images are very difficult. So it's very difficult to like how you look if it's not the way you want to be. So you may have to go more on the emotional side. So wouldn't we consider putting in the extra effort to translate my name into hiragana if I were applying for a job in Japan or something? Satisfy the katakana terms? Yes, katakana would be the way you would do it, Connor. But on some government forms, you would have to write your name in... you either would have to write your name in Romaji for the main part, and then they want the reading of it above it. For the furigana, you might have to write it in katakana or hiragana. Seigata Senkan. Issei class battleship. Yes. Being vaccinated. Because you're doing something for yourself rather than for your parents. Sure. Self. Yeah. Do nice things for yourself. I think that's an excellent suggestion, Mythic. Because a lot of people who have low self-esteem or who are tormented by demons, what do? They tear themselves down. They insult themselves. Small little things throughout the day. Even just looking at yourself in the mirror or a picture and say, ew. No, don't do that. Talk about how good you are or what you like, or try to do nice things for yourself. Very. That's why we said very or so, because that's what so means in English sometimes, just so fluffy. Sometimes you just get into yourself, go shopping, take a bath, do art, do what you like. Yep. Sometimes doing things that make you happy. Try to do a little bit of exercise because that will lighten your mood. Exercise releases good endorphins that make you feel good and stabilize your mood. So if you're feeling down, you don't have to go like jogging a marathon, but like go walk. Enjoy outdoors. Look at beauty. Stop and smell the roses. I know I'm speaking in a lot of aphorisms, but like these are things that you can do to lighten your mood. Does we feel better about it? Yeah. Start living for yourself. I know the nail polish experiment got really kind of mussed up because of your family being giant butts. But you're doing things for you. You're expressing yourself how you want to be. And so, like, that's important too. You're less about being an extension of your parents and being more about who you want to be. Like when you're resting. Yeah, also hypnomancy. Did you know that your metabolism spikes upward after you exercise? So if you're going to exercise, like take a shower and then eat something, like you will burn it off faster than if you eat it later. It's a couple of hours, I think, after you exercise, your metabolism is in high speed mode. I say this a lot, but perception is reality, especially when we're talking about your emotions and your mental health. And so that's why the compliments. That's why, like, being nice to yourself. Like, as far as your mind and your emotions go, what you see is reality. Loving yourself? Loving yourself is very important. Loving yourself is like kind of the basis on which other things will stand. A lot of other positive emotions will start on not being egocentric or narcissistic, but just being content. That's a huge thing in life. You don't have to say like, oh, I'm amazingly beautiful, I'm the best. Like, I mean, that could be good for your self-image as far as like from where you are now, but like, don't have to go that far. But just being happy. Just being like, yep, I'm doing all right. I may be struggling, but I'm doing all right. Like, that's maybe a good place to start, Olivia. Start trying to push back against the demons. Like, yep, you're all this negative, blah, 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 blah. Nope, I'm doing my best. And that's all I can manage right now, but that's it. Perception is reality. As far as the mind and the heart go, it's absolutely true, Cassie. Physical perception may not be reality, but in the heart and the mind, absolutely is true. And that's why you need to maybe look at something. If you have anxiety, you need to look at what's there and not what your demons and boogie people are trying to inflate it into. So you need to look at what's there. Change your perception. Everyone should try to love themselves as much as possible, because if you can't love yourself, then how are you supposed to love others? The great philosopher RuPaul said as much. Learn from our right. Took me too long to accept it, though. Yeah. Because if you can't love yourself, it means that loving other people is going to be in an unhealthy manner. It's going to be codependent. It's going to be easily jealous and controlling. But loving yourself provides a strong foundation of contentment. And, you know, being content is also a counter to jealousy, to greed, and sometimes to anger. Because you're just like, whatever. You're going to be angry? I'm just going to say, whatever. You suffer from depression? Yeah, a lot of people do. So many people in the world, so don't waste time trying to be anything, just be you. There's only one you. So why would you try to be a copy of someone else? Because then we don't have you. Just be the best you. Be you. Be you is the best thing that you can do. Can I get an amen? Amen. Yes. Struggling with leaving my house, I've become sort of a recluse. COVID has helped. Well, I mean, give COVID a little bit of credit there. They definitely made a lot of us into hermits and recluses. I had finally second thought of what could possibly happen when I leave my house. When work, it's hard on me, but I'm generally trying my best not to let it consume me. I mean, sure. I'm sure some people have developed some sorts of agoraphobia, or I forgot what the term is for fear of crowds. But yeah, I've heard people say that they feel like sick to their stomachs thinking about trying to be in crowds of people. Yeah, social anxiety is one thing, but like, or maybe you've developed some sort of hypochondria. But you know, if you have the vaccine, you have your both shots, if you're wearing a mask, I think you can start to get some cautious optimism here. Foxes are more fun than sheep, but you know, for people who are sheep, they can be there. Do you do an eye? Yes. Just be an eye. Well, then that's going to turn into like an eyeball kind of thing. Funnily enough, wearing masks made me feel slightly more comfortable out in public since it's kind of part of first. Yeah, that's especially if you have some sort of like body dysmorphia. Like masks, there's been several people in our community who just be like, masks? Yes, please. I do that too. I have a fox face mask that I wear, and I sometimes wear it when I don't need to because I'm like, yep, this makes me feel more foxy. A lot of fursuiters say, a lot of fursuiters, you know, maybe save up, Olivia. Part of the reason why fursuiters and drag queens have massive amounts of confidence more than they do in their own skin, because they can say, hey, look, I can set aside all of these problems, all the anxiety and all the issues. That's somebody else's problem. I can just drop it and leave it behind there. This fursuiter, this drag queen, it's a new creation and it's fabulous. And I think that kind of confidence will help you to feel like you can leave some of that stuff behind. Love masks when I'm not wearing glasses. There are special masks, Smash. There are ones in Japan that have a foam pad. Like this. Some of them have even bigger ones. The ones that I saw in Japan had an even bigger nose strip, but basically it's to not just cushion your nose, but also to try to absorb some of the moisture that comes up from your mouth when you breathe out. Yeah, some of them look like that. The ones in Japan, like the foam strip, yeah, it was closer to like this. Like it was maybe almost, maybe half a centimeter. Don't stop wearing them? Yeah, kind of. Helpful from the fashion, yeah. Wearing a mask, especially if it looks more like the way you want to be, sure. Do you have the feeling when I cosplay a sort of alter ego? Yeah. it's kind of a, well, you know, all the stuff weighing me down, that's not me anymore. And that, getting that feeling of like anxiety, I'll just drop it by the wayside. Learning to do that can be, you know, useful. You might need to practice that feeling of just being able to shrug off all of these problems. You just buy those pads? Yeah, you can just buy the pads and tape it or glue it to your existing mask. Man is the least himself when he talks in his own person. Give him a mask and he'll tell you the truth. Oscar Wilde. Ah. Well, unfortunately, philosopher, that is partially why we have trolls on the internet. Because people who have violent or like misogynistic or homophobic thoughts, some of them air them out on the internet because that's who they really are. And when you give them the mask, which is anonymity on the internet, the real them comes out. So is ha used when referring to someone on something else as opposed to wa being about yourself? Are you talking about the letter? So you're talking about this section here, right? So it's the letter is written. This is the letter ha. However, in pronunciation, as a grammar point, Oaklight, it's pronounced wa. Dion wa. Dion wa. I know it says ha, but I'm typing it in the same way that you have to type it to put it into the computer. I think it's not wearing a mask too long. It's a major issue on the bus. Nauseous. Is it from oxygen content? Or are you like, you have like low oxygen absorption? You want to be a banana? I mean, okay, if you identify as a banana. Couple masks from Delta Ray's merch shop into play in the fashion side of masks. No one can judge or tear me out for not protecting myself. Here's a beautiful night jar. Yeah, go for it. That's the duality of it. Absolutely. Parents said they struggled to be the person they wanted to as they had taken on so much baggage, not being the person that they were to other people and had to let go of all that. Just be who they wanted to be, and in time their friends, families adapted and accepted, and those that didn't were left way behind the rearview mirror. It's true. Theater mask? Well, it's going to look a little bit... Are you talking about like the drama or comedy mask life? Might look a little creepy though. Yeah, please ask questions like that, Oaklight. I love answering questions where people are confused, especially about grammar. Yeah, those are generally called comedy or drama. Or, oh, sorry, comedy or tragedy. I think people are just gonna, all these people are gonna go wherever, every which way, so I'm just gonna put the speed boost on. Plague Doctor mask? I guess I'm a little worried about people looking like they're coming off of the movie Scream. But okay. The word for everyone? There's a couple different words, but the one you're probably going to use... You probably heard some coyote say it a couple of times. The word minna. There's a couple other words which I'll also introduce, but that one's probably more of a general purpose use word. Minna or minna-san. This is me in a nutshell. Hell, how did I get in this giant nutshell? Aslan 7 kills, Paldo 6. JackFox, Haldo, and Ovelfra, Lunara, Aslan. Lots of ones. 3 flag bearers for Pepper. 15 gold to Lunara. Moving right along. Is there an equivalent word to the word y'all? If there is, it's not coming to mind. Word for everyone. Everybody will be minna or minna, like that. You can do it without any title afterward, although generally you will want to put some kind of formal address for people. So this often will turn into like minna-san, minna-sama, and it has a kanji like this. Minna-san. You might want to put a comma there after oyasumi, same as in English. You want to put the person you're addressing separately from the rest of the message. So if you wanted to say good night, everybody, everyone, it would become oyasumi nasai minasan. Oyasumi nasai minasan. Like that. Does that make sense? That Japanese didn't use commas? They do. I mean, if you look at how a lot of people type, you'd think that Americans don't use commas either, because they're just skipping it. Doesn't mean they're not supposed to use it. Want to say my hair is so fluffy, it would be watashi wa totemo fuwa fuwa. Almost. You're missing one little thing in there. Oaklight. My hair is so fluffy. Watashi no kami, or you could also go with kami no ke. Wa totemo fuwa fuwa. And then you might want to add des on the end to make it a little bit more polite. Watashi no, because what is this? This no is, in this case, a possessive. So the saying the hair of me, or in other words, my hair. In fact, let me write this in Japanese, but kami or kami no ke wa totemo fuwa fuwa desu. Boom. 皆さんおやすみなさい. Also okay. I put it in this order, Aslan, because this is the way that the English one was, the reverse order is just as fine. 皆さん、おやすみ. Everyone, good night. Perfectly fine either way. So I'm going to put this is I or me. Basically, I tell people that no is like apostrophe S so that you can remember the order in which you need to put the nouns. Now, I'm not getting into the memes. No. 私の髪の毛はとてもふわふわです. Yes, that's right, Mythic. This is hair. This is sort of the thing about when you say kaminoke, it's kind of like the more full version. Kami is sort of a shorthand, but both of these mean hair. Both of these kanji. Here's our subject marker. This means very, fluffy. And then this is it is. Great learning experience? Good. I love having people who genuinely want to learn. And that's great to have you here, Oaklite. May I maintain address too often and then direct the dialogue, though maybe it's a scripting thing. Yeah, it's probably because when you do it this way, it's like, oh, who is that to? Oh, now I know, because now they're addressing them. So it's kind of like maybe how you do it on stage. You deliberately put the person you're addressing first, so that everyone's like, okay, now X character is talking to Y. If you want to learn, maybe start learning some hiragana, Mythic. Maybe just 1 or 2 characters a day. And eventually you'll start to recognize them. And then you can start reading stuff. Giant or huge was dekai. And for other people, cat, nickel. So I guess that'll probably be the end of this zoo conversation. I keep forgetting to put reminders down. Remember, it's just an infinite forgetting stuff. You have to put your foot down on that, Mythic. You have to be like, oh, why wait? I'm just going to forget it. Better start now. Even if if it's something to do later, write the reminder now. As soon as somebody's like, oh, you're going to have to do this at such and such time. Pull out your phone. Write it right at that moment. Gojira? Well, not that big. I said it was giant. I didn't say it was that big. Still learning hiragana though, handy typing romanji and getting converted. Yeah. You'll start to get used to seeing it and your brain will start to associate the sound with the character. But sensei, sensei, sensei. Sensei. Literally meaning previous or ahead life. Sensitive. Sensei. Are you calling me sensitive? Kind of. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. I am very sensitive. But understood. Have a good night. Oyasumi nasai, okuraito-san. Studying language country in a little bit gives you huge insight into the society that produced that language. True. Learning the language and learning kanji. So many people like, well, yeah, I want to learn Japanese, but I hate kanji and I will never learn it. I mean, learning the kanji gives you an insight into culture and how some of it progressed. Learning some of the idioms. Friends went to Alaska and brought me back a Toblerone the size of my forearm. That's fun. Toblerone are fun. If it's the size of your forearm, it'll probably make a good doorstop too. Oishi? Oishi-so would be a better way to say that, Aslan. Delicious would be oishi. However, in this case, can't hide them in your butt. Depends on how ambitious you are, Blythe. Struggle out with the writing general, need to practice more. If you devote a little bit of time every day, even if it's just a couple of minutes every day, it will start to stick. If you don't want to use actual like paper flashcards, go to Anki. Anki is digital flashcards. Open source, completely free. You can use these. 2-3 minutes a day. It'll help. Just have to be consistent. Kanji's not crazy. It's just it's kind of an uphill battle. Triangular? You don't know the kinds of things people put in their butts, Blythe. Would your outfit is nice say? Anata no issho wa yoi desu. You don't want to say today? We covered today in our lessons. Didn't we? Today is the word kyo. Duolingo's help their hiragana and katakana? True. Were we sticking butts? Apparently giant Toblerone, because Blythe wants it in the butt. I've met a doctor who told me someone put a jar in their butt. Yes. Especially if you're a fox, apparently. You need something to stretch me first? Maybe try a regular size Toblerone first, Blythe. Let me eat it first? If you eat it first, then you can't put it up there. What kind of logic is this, Olivia? Or is this like a baby bird? You're gonna eat it and then you're gonna vomit? I'm not going there anymore. Yes, that was my second question. That was my second question was, which one are you eating? Because that would help. I'm just saying, it would help. Also this. This is a picture of a Buzz Lightyear figure inserted into someone's anal cavity. and then the button got pressed, so the wings extended. And then, because of course this is Reddit, they posted that, and here at the bottom somebody says, "Looks like you got a friend in you." Oh, is it? Okay, not Reddit, but still. Oh, is it Tumblr? See, I don't even use Tumblr. See, I don't know my internet sites. But still, the point is, people stick all sorts of stuff in their butts. If you work in an ER, oh look, here you can. This looks like a spray can. Here's a plug. Candy cane. Beer bottle. Yes, it's a butt plug, Beatles girl. Very cute. I mean, if you are doubtful about things people put in their butts, you can get testimonials from people in ERs who are like, "Oh my, the stories that they have." What does the stream come to? This is merely an extension of the normal shenanigans we get up to, Mash. Dice? I mean, I guess that's one way to use yourself as a dice tower, but probably not a good idea. Especially won't have to stick the kind of stuff to their butt. Just get an actual toy that's supposed to go up there. That's how you roll for Monopoly? I don't know. I mean, Monopoly is kind of a crappy game, which would make sense for the dice then. So what I wanted to say is also, it looks or seems delicious because somebody said, "Ah, giant Toblerone, oishi." You can't say that if you want to be accurate. You can't say oishi because you haven't tried it. I'm going to make this point here. You need to say oishisou. One guy, one jar. Yikes. Service conversation? You're not that squeamish, Ali. Smacking the dice with your naughty bits. You're not going to get much of a roll out of it, though. For an actual bad dragon toy? I'm sure they sell it. They package it in plain packaging, so you wouldn't have to worry about that. Do you realize there's a word for that? This is a modification you can do for any adjective. So my teacher was very strict about this. She said, if somebody is making you dinner and you say, "Ah, oishi," by saying that, the implication is that you snuck a taste of it when they weren't looking. Because you can only use this when you've actually tried the food. Instead, you have to go with this one because it looks or seems delicious. PP golf. That's golf. That's different than rolling dice. Terms as silicone sculpture. They're not wrong, Etsy. That's totally accurate. Odd mix of extreme and squeamish. So you're kind of extremish or something. Local actor caused a lot of rumors here when they had a jar removed from the boat one time. They're not gay. Later count gay. I mean, guys who want stuff to be done to their butts, they're not zeros on the Kinsey scale. Gotta at least be a 1 or a 2. Sophomore year, the senior who was late choosing from graduating, showing me and his friend this up his guy's ass up to his elbow. Okay. When people talk about a gut punch, that's usually not what they're talking about. How do you say this? これは美味しい。これは美味しそう。美味しそうです。Notice that the E, the last E actually drops off before the soul gets added. You're pretty straight? I highly doubt that, Etsy. Custom Bad Dragon? That must be expensive, though. Got any orfs? What's an orf? Gut punch? I don't think it'll do anything. I think the inside of Kirby is completely impervious, like the inside of Yoshi. Oishi so u, because it has the u at the end, it extends the o from the so. So. Oishi so. More of a prostate punch? Depends on your aim. It's technically all of that is guts in there, so. Question? I'll see if I have an answer. Are there custom colors? Probably, but I imagine that any time that you want to do something like that, it'll cost you extra. So. The only hetero thing about me is heterochrome. You have heterochromia? That's very cool. Does Yoshi have a cloaca or cloaca is more for birds. So, unless you're a part of the opinion that dinosaurs are prehistoric birds, heterochromia is really cool, Oaklight. I mean, that's part of the reason I've got this, although technically these are not irises. Or I guess they're giant irises. Alright. Philosopher wants Russian accent, you get Russian accent. It's not professional Russian, but this is all you can afford for 2000 channel points. I've heard Anata is rude. Anata is not rude. Anata is polite. Is polite. If you don't want to use Anata, Mash, name plus san is probably your best bet. You have many options. For you, words for you. Words for you. Anata, Kimi. Name plus san. Name plus sama. Not expensive or custom. It depends on what you consider expensive. For me, all of base model is already expensive, CEO. Light as it from I do as well. Blue yellow green is a lot more obvious when I was a kid with hard to see no less sunny. I mean, blue green. Very, very interesting. Those are same colors I choose for my avatar. Let's say since he's a dinosaur, it'll be cloaca. If you're leaning into furry cartoon aspect, then junk. I mean, we don't have a lot of input on whether Yoshi is male or female. Considering lays eggs, probably lean towards female. No? Is Soviet Russia husky Awuyu? True. This is very true. It's very cool look. You have with two nice eye colors. Never seen that before. Yeah, blue brown. Blue green is very pretty. Fingers still. What were you doing with fingers? Why do fingers smell? What were you up to? Imagine both gender. I mean, both genders kind of important for reproduction, but also Yoshi has weird biology. Yoshi can eat something almost as large as he or she is, and put into tiny egg. What does omnisexual mean? It is sort of like bigger than pansexual. Omni means all. Like, oh, we're omnipotent. There was a singer from Japan trying to talk to people in Baltimore about what they like. On stage, okay. Following story. Called crab craft. But why? Omnisexual refers to someone who is romantically, emotionally, or sexually attracted to persons of all genders and orientations. Hey Dev, why are you awake? You should be sleeping. That's still very odd reference. Anata will be sort of base level politeness. Familiar, casual. Little bit more on masculine side. Rude. Sama. This is very rude. This is like very, very rude. Desobered? Alright. Fire you? I'm not hiring you. I cannot fire you if you do not work for me, Jack. Moonlight, nice and pretty. Well, I mean, yeah, sounds very good. And then at top I put special title. Because if person is doctor, prime minister, something like that, then you use title instead of one of these. Does this answer question? Mash. Hey, Konslova. Can you get a job that you could fire me? Well, then I may have to give you severance. I don't know. Might not be worth all my time. Think for craft video? I'm okay. Don't worry. Kisama with this. Yeah, a mother effer. I mean, in anime, sometimes Kisama is sometimes translated as word like bastard. Or in some translations becomes S-head or something like that. But yes, don't use this. Konslova, hello. Feel like IRL it would be easier to just look at someone and say something like, ah, issho wa yoi desu. Well, it depends, Mash. So you want to say... Look, someone say, yes, because if you're looking at them, alright, let me drop the accent. So if you're looking at somebody and they know you're talking to them, you don't have to say you or your, because it's very clear you're talking to them. Sometimes there are... Sometimes it's very heavily implied and you don't need to do anything else about it. Hey, Oppenheimer. Should take notes? Notes will be in Discord. You can always just copy them from there. Also, somebody just took the accent from you, Oppenheimer. Just like 5 minutes ago. Your outfit looks very... It's very ambient, that sound effect. Ever to ban someone for being Borny? Like from being from Borneo? No. Not that I would ban someone from Borneo. Anata no isho wa tottemo, and here's where you have some options. Henri? Henri? Is the name Henri from France? Is that what you're saying? If your name is Henri, then I will have to ban you because those are the rules. But I suspect that is not what you're talking about. Bonjour. No, don't do that, please. It's terrible. No, don't start writing Japanese French stuff. That is weird. How is stream? Stream is fine. I don't know why I'm reverting to Russian. Totemo suteki would also be another good word you could use. Kawaii. Yoi is just very simple, like good. So it's not always good for compliments. Oh, what do you think of my outfit? It's good. It's kind of a very lukewarm thing to say. Hong hong hong. 似合う。
Take my hand and we'll combine our sparks.
あなた is you の一緒はとっても素敵かわいい似合うです。Yoshimitsu, when should you use yoi versus e? I understood they were equivalent, but there's more nuance to it. There's a little bit of nuance to it. E is sort of the more modern equivalent, and therefore is also more colloquial to use. Yoi is kind of the more archaic version, and so in certain circumstances, yoi is used in old idioms. But it's important to know both, because when you need to conjugate e to the past, or you need to, like up here where I'm like, oh, this is delicious. This looks delicious.
We're gay like a fox.
In the same way, you can say, oh, it's good. Eat this. Which is a great phrase to know just for like, oh, it's good. Like, it's good as is. Don't do anything. Jim66133, thank you for the follow. But yoi, like, sometimes I tell people to, like, sweet dreams or something. In which case, like, sweet or pleasant dreams then becomes yoi yume o. And this is a very common thing here, but this is an old idiom, and this is one of the few places where yoi is where you're supposed to use here. Sakureburu is what you're going to do if you're going to stick me with French like that. Yoku aru, yes, has to be. So e is only for the present, for the present tense. Any other kind is going to have to be based off of yoi. But as far as e versus yoi, this is one of the only cases where you do it. Sakureburu, maybe, I don't know, whatever. Yes, any other form, like yoku, like yokatta, all of those are based off of yoi. E, only in present tense, but when it's present tense, that's the version you should use. If you say, totemo yoi desu, it makes you sound a little bit like you're out of your element, you came from the past sometime, Yoshimitsu. But that's a good question. Thank you for asking. Words suteki is a great word to know. Suteki is like something like being great or wonderful. Person can be suteki. An outfit. Pretty much anything. A dress, so it could be kind of like pretty. It kind of depends, and I'm gonna sneeze. Sorry. Suteki. It's kind of this general, very positive word. Sorry, my microphones are very sensitive. Kawaii, of course, meaning cute. Niau is a great word. Very suitable. Fitting. Appropriate. So how do Japanese say bless you? They don't. My first Japanese teacher was very adamant, and anytime someone sneezed and then someone else said bless you, he would just like stare you down. Because they don't have that. Bless you came from European superstition. Went from left to right? You mean like when I talk like this and then it like creeps from one ear to the other and back again? I mean, I used to do this for the ASMR. I used to be like, oh, suddenly I'm traveling over to the right, and now I'm going back and forth again, and now it's like my voice is inside your head. Specifically in your right ear? Is that your dirty ear cackle? Right ear's kinkier. Got it. Got it. That makes sense. Your soul escaping from the seas. Exactly. So it used to be that bless you, or Gesundheit, which is German, was supposed to bless you and to not only get your soul back in, but also to like restart your heart. But, you know, that's just primitive superstition. What do you add at the end of it? At the end of what? At the end of bless you? Any sneeze and pee? I mean, but they're showing concern. I mean, it's like, oh, it kind of used to be, and I hope you feel better, and that's not a bad thing. Sensei wa suteki desu. Yeah, des can be put on the end of that sentence, Beatles girl. You don't have to, but it changes the level of politeness. When you put it up at, when you say des, suddenly you're up at this level. But if you don't put des, sensei wa suteki, then you're more down here. Because by dropping des, you're more in the plain da. It's the same level as using Kitsu sensei wa wait, it's Japanese. Kitsu sensei wa suteki da. Kitsu sensei wa suteki da. In which case, Germans, or do you mean germs? And where I would also be my O whisperer, but left ear should be just must insert the O variety warm fuzzies. Oh, I'm sure people want to insert the OO for you, Nithik. Sneeze a slightly crowded space and everyone turns to you for a solid 10 seconds. I think in COVID times, I think people would like recoil from you if you sneeze. People who caught sneezes end up dying not long after. Yes. Can I add the yo or the ne? Bless you, Oneita. This. Well, it's a little bit weirder when you put it after the title. I mean, if they are in Tokyo, for example, they may copy bless you, knowing that you are a foreigner, but it is not something that is something you say in Japan as a matter of as a general rule. Yeah, basically that. Can you add the yo or the ne to this sentence? So those have a different meaning if you do. Adding the yo means you feel very strongly about something, and that you're not going to be swayed on your opinion on it. You're like, this is definitely the case. Ne is by saying, well, here's what I think, and I think you do too. Or it also means that maybe you came up with the idea, and I'm saying, yeah, I agree with that too. Because, for example, if I make a compliment on you or tell you something about your life, then I don't need to tell you that. Like if I said, oh, you hurt your foot. Well, it's kind of inane to tell somebody that. Obviously, they know that their foot was hurt. But if you say that in Japanese, I would say something like, oh, 君の足が怪我してますね. I'm just acknowledging that I see that. I'm not telling you anything. So that's the difference between ne and yo. Neru beki da. You should sleep. Sumi minasan. Good night, Mash. Anata tachi wa utsukushii desu. You're all beautiful. Yeah, pretty close, Mash. So dry cough from her heart pills and shopping during lockdown got her some concern. Look, yep, true. Desu yo. Like when you make a statement, you add yo. Yes, but it means it's kind of like an opinion where I'm like, nope, I don't care what you say. This is what I think. Whereas ne is to avoid like telling people things they already know. So ne is usually softer. It's more for opinions that are less controversial and more something you're like, I'm pretty sure you agree with this. You see the difference? I learned something like, you know, kind of, but doesn't always apply. Like when I'm saying, oh, you hurt your leg, you know, it's like, yeah, I know. You don't need to say that. But as part of this acknowledgement, ne can sometimes be more like, right? Ready for licks? Go for it, Mythic. Wasn't there a feminine one? It's not quite... There is a feminine ending particle, but it doesn't replace yo or ne. It can actually be used in addition to them. Kimi wa utsukushii wa yo. Sore wa suparashii wa ne. You can put them on both. You can even put yo and ne together. You can put all of them on if you want to, but it helps if you understand the nuance behind adding all of them. それはそうですわよね. You can do it, but make sure you understand what you're saying. Some people just put ne on the end of everything for no linguistic reason. Well, putting ne on everything, it could have a purpose, but it could make you sound very unsure. It would be like as if somebody was like, oh, well, I think this, right? Or, oh, the answer is this, right? That's the kind of feeling that would put if you put ne on the end of everything. It makes you sound very anxious. We're getting Pop-Tarts ads? Ah. You're just manually chew? Yes? Especially when I'm trying to like really enjoy the food. I'll be like, Work for a shy, klutzy anime girl? Are you describing yourself, Olivia? That's auto chew? No, you can manually chew. Depends on how conscientiously you're doing it. Hey Kyoku, do something for 20 to 30 minutes. Will you guys still be up to stuff or a while? Not really. Oh, don't worry. We are going to do some lyrics that'll probably take 5-10 minutes. And then we will probably be up for JackFox games. Kyoku. Using your hands, like grabbing your jaw and going up and down. No, I don't do that. That's a little weird. Alright. Tonight's lecture from electrolysis. Just to give some people some context for this. As every second turns into centuries, I think of every other me who ever wished that this is where they'd be. Only 3 lines. Okay. But I wish I could be a QC shy vibe would be lovely. Then work towards that. Sometimes the only thing that's stopping you from doing stuff is you. Look at me now. I'm wearing my same bright blue nail polish that I showed on Discord a little while ago. I'm wearing a nice pleated black skirt. This is not something I would have done a couple years ago because I'd be like, oh, I feel weird. Oh, people are going to look at me funny. Try to finish testing something I put off and probably hop in after. Okay, sounds good. You're still wearing your nail polish? You could put it back on. Still depressed about that? Then put it back on after that stupid event is done. Even if you have to take it off again and again, just put it back on. You're at home yet? Yeah, you said it was on Saturday. So when you get home, put it back on. Sounds pretty? I'm alright. Unfortunately, not as girly as I would like to be, but working on it. You know, but what do you mean, but? Don't let them rule your life. You bought that with your own money, and this is your personal expression. It's not her body. It's not her. The fact that she cares that much about how you look means that she is obsessed with appearances, which is not healthy. There's a lot of things that don't sound healthy from her. She polished come with you're transparent again. Nice. Kitsune ga 2 hiki imasu. There are 2 foxes. Is that meme about there's a light and a dark one? Small steps and eventually get there. That's what I'm planning to do. Yeah, you just sometimes you just have to say, well, that's what I'm gonna do, and then you get used to it. It's fine. No, I did deserve that treatment from my mom. Your mom sounds like she's a bigot. She sounds like she's gonna be the type of person who would say, "Oh, don't do that. Like that's not what boys." Who cares? She wants to live obsessed in like it's your. These are your nails. It's not like you went out and got a giant like ear piercing and like hung a cross from it or a pentacle or whatever. Like, who cares? You know how man's using that word? Well, I mean, do they realize that they're losing major points with you? You're getting there? I'm getting there, but my voice has been really low today, and I've kind of been bleh. Go walk out of the house? I mean, that's probably more peaceful than, like, punching him or fighting back. Like, that kind of response doesn't deserve, a polite response. If they're going to... That's basically abuse, life. Like... Try for vocabulary is at... Well, not... What's a pentacle? A pentacle is a 5-pointed star. usually inscribed within a circle. Leaving and not coming back for a while? Well, fortunately you have a bag packed. But make sure you do this with a calm mind. Don't storm off, don't slam doors. One秒ごとに or that it's a pentagram? Well, they're similar. Goto ga? Chibyo goto ga 100年間になってLike an actual banana? Are we talking about like the fruit? Or are we talking about a different kind of banana? There we go. 数百年間になって there. Give the banana the shower, yes. Subete no 他の私を考えて Papaya in the kitchen? I'm not a huge fan of papaya. For me, definitely team mango over papaya. As express human. I don't want to think about that because then when I eat bananas of either kind, it's kind of like kind of cannibalism. No. 私を考えて If you put DNA in a banana, ooh woo. Then the papa that comes bigger and sweeter. Oh, okay. Still, there's something about the flavor of papayas I'm not a huge fan of. Mangoes are great. I'll put my DNA in your banana. That's definitely an ooh woo moment. Besides, putting it in a banana usually comes out of a banana. Also, the everyone... I forgot to mention that there's another one. Zhang is another option for that. Relative to the durian? Have you seen durian? They basically look like a kind of like a kiwi made love to a hedgehog. Like sounding? Well, I mean, not with DNA. Is access to Discord a time thing? It is a... It is a... Oh, one of the mods has to let you in, and so I'll let you in. It's just we have to know that the person that's coming in has been in the stream for a while, because sometimes we get trolls. You'd make love to a kiwi? You hear that, Etsy? What program are you running your text-to-speech with? So it's just, it's some sort of app that somebody wrote for, like they wrote a program with an AI to parse the text, and then they're running it off of their website through a service that you use to like manage connections. And so I signed up for this. I signed up for the trial of the service, except I used it so much they kicked me off. So I'm still running the app, and it seems to still work, but it's not perfect. You can just look for, like, what was it called? Twitch OBS subtitles. You'll probably find the page that I used. It's doing an exceptional job. It's doing an exceptional job provided I don't mention people's names that it doesn't know. Like if I start reading people's names off in chat, it'll get confused because it's running off of like a standard dictionary or something. But the fact that it can sometimes like rewrite and reevaluate what it thinks I said, pretty darn cool. Yes, and Aslan as well. I'm going to do a quick stream raiders here, but I think we got this one pretty well. Everyone killed it before I got there. Wow, that battle was over so fast. Pepper, 1 kill. Velfra, 1 kill. Haldo, 1 kill. Lunara, 1 assist. That's it. Guys killed it so fast. Haldo and Pepper, healer and 50 gold. What do I need? And drop a flag bearer and boom. I don't know. Whatever. Rock show. Yeah, that was a little too easy. People from New Zealand were voted to have the world's ugliest accent. I mean, you can't just drop that kind of phrase into chat and say that. I mean, Australians are considered to have a very sexy accent, and Kiwis are different, but not that far off. Wuppo Breath Festival Forever Kickstarter. I don't know the game. I've only seen you play a little bit. World Sexiest? I know Australian was considered one of them, as well as far as sexiness of people, I think they said that Brazilian women and Australian men were considered overall the sexiest. Oh, I know they have their differences. Trust me, I've talked to them, and they're like, and some of the New Zealanders here have said, "Oh yeah, do a New Zealander accent," and the closest I got was Australia. They're like, "Yeah, that's definitely Aussie, and that's not super close, but you get points for trying," or something like that. Let's see, how am I going to translate this line? Whoever wishes that this is where they'd rather be. Whoever wished that this is where they'd be. Okay. Close enough. I tried. You have to do an Aussie accent, but sexy. Oh, all right then. Is this sexy enough for you, Etsy? Is this what really turns you on, mate? Is that sexy enough for you? Scottish and Irish guys? Let's see, Scottish. A Scottish accent. Is that what gets to you? You're doing the Scots. I'm not talking about the accent you hear on the movies, like from Lord of the Rings and all that. But if you're talking about Scots, actually, kind of makes me think of watching Brave, hearing them talking like that. Like, nah, not like that. When you're talking like Fat Bastard, you're talking like Mike Myers and his caricature of the Scots. I can't understand you. Nah, it's pure bollocks, mate. If they're short, Connor, I'm not here as a translation service. But if you got some short lyrics, maybe I'll think about it. Nigel Billingsley from Jumanji. Well, I haven't seen the new Jumanji movies. I've only seen the old one, the one with Robin Williams in it. Brave. Ah, Merida. A lovely lass. An Aussie accent, but ugly? Like, physically ugly? Or do you mean just, like, make it, like, really over the top? I don't know what you mean! Good day, mate. You want me to do a really bad Aussie accent? Yeah, put a shrimp on the barbie. Hit you over the head with a boomerang while I ride off on my kangaroo. Bloody dingo stole my shrimp from the barbie. This is bloody wet behind the ears, like a wombat's tonka, mate. Oh, you're talking about my deck? Oh, everyone wants to come around and sit in my deck. Sit on my deck. It's bloody massive, it is. You're like, oh, can I go sit on your deck? I'm like, of course. That's what it's there for. Everyone wants to sit on my deck, relax, just take it all in. Use some cork. Everyone could use some cork. Everyone needs something to stick in there, right? Helps with the leaking. Or makes it worse. It all depends on how good you are with that cork. Sometimes if you don't do it right, it makes the leaking worse. It's also hard for me to concentrate when I'm trying to do that accent. 望んだ誰でも Stop? No, it's fine, Blythe. You're alright, mate. No worries. Here's Blade Dingo off me deck. Eh? Dingo's so bloody happy on my deck. Can't get it off. Although maybe that's my problem. Maybe it's my fault. I can't get him off my deck because he won't get off.望んだここはCan we invite everyone to Miss Kitsune's deck? I mean, there's probably a lot of people who want to come. If you want to come and sit on my deck, pretty sure there'll be a lot of takers. Hey, Andy Wolf. How you doing, Andy? Lucky you. You got a free sub today. You dinging on my deck? I think you got to take a number, Ali. I think you got to take a number. I think there's a number of people who wanna sit on my deck. Great. Oh, nice. With a bear. Oh. Well, maybe the bear has a deck that you want to sit on. That this is where they'd be. ここにいる. This is really awkward grammar to work with. Wish that this is where they'd be. ここに Oh sure, I'm sure the bear certainly does have your kind, the deck that is very attractive to you. Well, let me look at it. I think whoever wished. This is where they'd rather be. Yeah, see, I have to think of it, and I have to think of it in terms of the second line. I may have to combine this line with the previous line. Best deck? That's up for debate. Yeah, because of the order in which verbs happen in Japanese. Oops, I put this in the wrong place. This goes here. Think of every other me who ever wished that this is where they'd rather, which is where they'd be. Suete no hoka no ここに行ってほしい私を考えます。There we go. Oh, that makes so much more sense now that I've combined them. すべての他のここに行ってほしい私を考えます。Grammar is a little rough there, but came together. So, 他のここに行ってほしい。私を考えます。There we go. Boom. Say the version herself, but that would be wishing to be here, wishing out in the present. Yeah, I kind of got that after I started combining second line with the third line. I got it. Putting the two lines together made a big difference in understanding the grammar. All right, closing off the lesson. Also, Connor, if you're still here, next time, bring the lyrics, make it a little bit earlier, because we definitely have to get to the games. And sorry, Andy, I have a very early morning. I have to be up in about 7 hours. So, it's unfortunately going to have to be maybe 2 or 3 games max. But it'll be something. Oh, also, you apparently didn't see the lyrics. There we go. Okay, good. Glad to hear it, Andy. Also, I believe it was Etsy who gave you the gift sub. And Etsy's here, so if you want to thank them, they're still here. All right, let's get things swapped up. JackFox Games 時間です。Yeah, you get a whole month of cute fox emotes. It's time for JackFox Games. Also, because we don't have a lot of time, I'll take the suggestions on where to start. We can skip the initial espionage and whatnot. Just finished from the... Yeah, please wait until Monday, because we're already really late. Yeah, especially if you can come in earlier, like towards the start of the stream. But yeah, please hold on to them, Connor, and I will take care of them next time, okay? Enough about you? That's probably fair. I think a lot of people probably do want to get into that, so... Post them on Monday. Yes, please, Monday. Sorry about that, but I didn't allot time for that because of I didn't know they were coming. Get your browsers ready. Pull up a browser window. Pull it up to JackFox.tv. Are you going to bed? All right. Have a good one. Dinguses? Or is it dingai? Alright, here's the code. Let's get going, because I got not a lot of time. 3, 2, 1, go! Yeah, dingai sounds both like like a plural of dingus, but also the plural of dingo. Alright, there's our 8th. You have just a couple seconds to change your name, if you're going to. Alright, here we go. Feel free to join the audience, too. Toot toot, we got a scoot!
I'm Cookie, and you're playing Enough About You, the game that made our playtesters
Yeah, Pepper's
say,
here.
It's kind of close to fibbage. Maybe it should just be a new mode? Hey, 8 players. That's 7 future losers. And if you're not playing, don't forget you can still join the audience. You can vote on decoy answers to trip up the players, and you get to take a shot at guessing the truth. Let's hit it. Okay, here's the deal. You're going to see a question about yourself on your device. Just answer as honestly as possible. In a sec,
Oh yeah,
you'll get
Pepper
your
hasn't
chance to
joined us for
lie about
JackFox
your
in a
fellow
long time.
players. You get 500 points for fooling people with your made-up answers, 1,000 for finding the truth, and when the question's about you, you get reputation points for players who get the right answer. Ready? Well, I am. Put in your answer now.
We're gay like a fox.
Thanks for entertaining my questions earlier, Kitsu-sensei. Look forward to future streams with time to study now. Yeah, sounds good. But yeah, Monday, Wednesday, Saturday. We spend
Hurry up and
5,
finish
6
before time
hours
runs
on Japanese lessons, so. Thank you for the follow,
Okay,
Yoshimitsu.
here's your first question.
And yeah,
The Guinness
see you
World
soon.
Record this player thinks they have a shot at breaking is blank. Write your lies now. Finish quick before you ruin it for everyone. Okay, look for the truth and pick it.
Most spots on a hyena. Most number of Persona's personalities. Number of plushies on a bed. Most Team Rocket themed personalities. Loudest burp. Longest time spent watching live streams. Most farts in a day. Longest bong rip. Most fencing matches won in a row. Hey, Moogle Master.
All right, who picked what?
Hey, I mean, you should get bonus points if you can get Allie with the lie. Oh. Well, phooey. Well, I got Andy, so I in my mind I get bonus points for that too. But at what point is that so many spots and you just become the color of spots?
All right, here it is.
Isn't Jesse here? No, this
The last
isn't
thing
Jesse.
This player was late for was
Jesse KZ. This is
グッ
Jesse.
ドオール DB との8ヶ月目のサブスクです。EEP。
This is Jesse, one of Raven's personalities. Tiger Queen, yes. Tigress and Raven is their account. Jesse is their personality.
Come on, time's running out. Okay, find the truth.
Depends. Different personalities front at different times. The streams I slept in, getting into Breaking Bad, waking up, Kit's stream, waking up early this morning, work because I forgot I worked that day, Kit's stream, cooking class. I think we kind of got your number, Mythic. There's a lot of waking
Okay,
up
let's take a look.
issues.
Great lie.
Hey V, thanks for that resub. How you doing? Starts at 10? No, it doesn't. It starts at 9:15 to 9:30 these days.
Okay, here's your question. This player wishes they lived closer to a blank.
About to
Okay,
turn
on to
in?
your
Well, thanks for
lies.
dropping in. Thanks for dropping that sub.
Hey, I'm serious about that timer. Finish quick.
You don't sleep in that bed? There are people in here who have woken up, Olivia, who sometimes wake up during or after my
Okay,
streams.
which one's the truth?
Furry friend, Fox Cutie named Olivia, good coffee shop, Baskin Robbins, Kitsuneko 42, Disney store, a beach, a hockey rink,
We're gay like a fox.
Ollie Ollie 69420. Thank you for that follow.
Let's see how things shook out.
Why would I not be okay? I'm streaming. I'm right here. Hey, Ollie. Yeah, it should just take what you have. Oh, dang it.
And you all missed it.
I forgot, Andy. It's been a while since you've had this question.
Here's the question.
Yeah,
The skill
I know.
this player wishes they had is blank. All right, type in your lies.
Seemed lame. Well, way to rain on somebody's true question.
Hurry, time's almost up.
You love surfing and living over near the beach, but also isn't the weather kind of blah over there?
All right, pick the truth.
Better pain tolerance. Speak Italian. Snake referred to as a neighbor. Archery on the level of Hanzo. Fursuit making. Loving myself. Beatboxing. The ability to love myself. Being able to do cool accents. That's not a talent. That's just being shamelessly unashamed to crank out stuff.
Okay, what did everyone pick?
Well, I got sort of somebody's. I got two people in the audience. Oh. But what are you talking about? The French accent is very easy. You just have to listen to really bad accents, like watch the Pink Panther or something like that. It's gorgeous in UK. It's just starting to deteriorate. It is August. It's not bad. It is wee wee. Oh yes, Beatles girl loves the wee wee. This is true.
Okay, here's the question. It may seem weird, but this player once bought blank online. Enter your lies now. Finish quick before you ruin
And
it
I
for
think it is
everyone.
totally a skill to love yourself. Yeah. Why is my female French accent sounding a bit like I am from Norway or something?
Okay, here you go. Find the truth.
Pepper Pooch once bought a puppy, an odd-shaped dildo, live crickets, a Pushiena badge, a paddle for a boating, vegetables, a substitute Pokemon plush with glasses, skunk-scented air freshener, a Paladin blender. I haven't
love
bought
this
many things
part.
online. Out of the things I remembered, I guess I consider this the weirdest. Oh,
Bam!
Olivia, that was a very, very good answer. Probably not a common thing. Very nice, Misik. A nice answer.
Now
Oui,
listen
oui.
up. This player's presidential code name would be blank. Type in your lies now.
Not a bad thing. That is something that would be very possible to imagine.
Hurry up and finish before time runs out. Okay, where's the truth?
Trellis, Arty Warty, Vixen, Witch, Hooper, Fluffy Fox Tango, Hyena, Aurora, just like my middle name, Mirror Fox.
All right, let's see what you guys picked.
Oh gosh darn it. Andy, no!
Great lie there.
Am I too late to play? You're too late to join in this game except in the audience, but you can jump in and watch the typing. Ali and Raven often do make typos. So it actually added
Okay,
a
focus
whole
up.
level
This
of
player
plausibility,
thinks that
Andy.
the movie villain blank is misunderstood. All right, type in your lies.
Don't make typos? Well, I mean, typos aren't intentional. I think you have made one or two. This is not the last game, but it may be... We may only be playing one, maybe two more if we're fast. Unfortunately, I have
Okay,
work
which
early
one
tomorrow.
Is the truth?
Thanos, Ted Knight in Caddyshack, Hannibal Lecter, Hades, Cruella de Vil, Prince Hans of the Southern Isles, Elsa, Ursula, Lotso. You've made plenty of typos, Raven. You can't just say that one... You can't say that one properly typed answer means that you don't make typos.
Let's see what everybody selected.
First time you got too close? I'm not
That
an
was a big
Ursula
one.
fan. Hey, Claymore. No, Prince Hans was a jerk. That's not misunderstanding.
We're gay like a fox.
Hades totally deserves that. Hi, Claymore. Thank you for the follow. Well, if you watch the latest Cruella de Vil movie, you have a lot more
Let's see what we
sympathy
got.
for, which is kind of what
longest
I think they're
line
doing
this
with their
player has
latest
stood in was
Disney
for
movies.
Blank. Write your lies now.
I think Maleficent was one of the earlier ones where they're like, nope, let's take a villain and like put more humanity in them. Let's put another perspective. And Cruella did exactly the same thing.
Come on, time's running out.
You're sucking at this tonight? Well, sometimes that's a positive skill
All
for
right,
some people.
find the truth.
So Ozma giving out Cusco treat everyone she's practically the hero. I mean, yeah, we have to watch that one again soon. We've been going through a lot of old Disney movies. A Fur Con, anything at Disneyland, Star Wars 8, Final Fantasy VII Remake, Top Gun Ride at Six Flags, Day 1 launch of the Wii, Pandora at Animal Kingdom and Disney World, Pokemon Sword and Shield release, Panic at the Disco concert.
And what did people pick?
Oh, darn it. Darn, 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 darn.
Wow, that was very persuasive.
I got one person. This would have been my second guess. Oh, would have gotten more points for Olivia. When were you at Disneyland, though, Aslan? Where is the nearest Disneyland for you? Hong Kong?
This is the final round. Everybody submits one truth about themselves and one lie. Whatever comes to mind. Dig deep because you get points for any player you fool with your lie and for spotting other players' truths.
Hey,
Get
White
on
Wolf.
with it.
Sorry for not joining, I'm tired. You don't have to explain. You don't have to justify it. You're tired, you're tired. No worries. I'm gonna run the Stream Raiders game while we're at it, though. I make it this big so you can still see when the bar gets that low. Hey, White Wolf. How's the good beans? Well, if their beans are full of gas and hot air, but yeah, doing pretty well.
We're at the halfway point on that timer. Make sure you submit one
halfway
truth
point.
and one lie before it's up.
I can't think of anything, so I'm actually going to put one that I've done before, but let's see how many people remember.
Hey, I'm serious about that timer. Finish quick. All right, which statement's true?
Last piece of art I made was safe for work. Last piece of art I made was not safe for work. Hi, 10 kills of Belfra, 12 assists. F the Craft 9, Pepper 9 kills. And second place, Oaklight with 8. Healer scrolls to Aslan, Oaklight, and Lunara. What's the fog say? That's not quite what my sound effect is. Your beans are full of gasoline, paw bees are inflatable. I mean, why else would they be that squishy, Kyoku? Stuffed animal lion named Leo, stuffed animal tiger named Byakko. You're full of gas and hotter gas like oxygen, nitrogen, carbon dioxide, you're cycling at 9 degrees. True. You know what else I'm full of? I'm full of crap.
What do you think?
And I probably have to go to the bathroom after a stream. So you're confused. What are you confused about? My last school trip was to Barcelona. My last school trip was to Paris. Either way, those are amazing school trips. Confused about gender? Well, just be both.
Spot
Purple made with
the
rainbow
truth.
accents in it. Another bit of foreshadowing. Huh. I'm surprised your family didn't have a problem with that. Knit piercing. Have a PA piercing. I did not know this was a thing until recently. I didn't know what that was called before. In case people don't know what PA means, it means a Prince Albert.
Okay, which one?
Well, that's the thing, is that rainbows are okay when you're a kid, and then you get older and like, what? Rainbows? What are you trying to say? I've not been to the US in 40 years. I've been to Disney World and Disneyland. Do I know what a DN is?
Which is it?
Dueling network sounds just as plausible to me as anything else right now. Constantly look for spiders when I go out. I'm in the top 200 rank in Mario Golf Super R. These nuts? Alright, that's fair. What if they're just over 40? What if they were there as a child? Ooh, nachos. That sounds really good right now. PA also stands for Pennsylvania, but I don't think they have a Pennsylvania piercing. Kagamine Len or Rien? Which one? Again, my mind totally blanked, so I went with something that... Okay, people do remember. Except for Mythic. That's what happens when I recycle. Three spaces off your Toblerone, halfway done with your Toblerone. Pennsylvania earrings, like, shaped like the state? I suppose that's possible. You guessed right? Well, I mean, that's sort of what the name is, with left and right. Considering you said it was the size of your forearm, I doubt you would be halfway done yet. Andy with the lead. What's a Vocaloid? Aw, you should listen to some Vocaloids. They're kind of fun. The Toblerone, do they have one for each section? Are there 9 sections? Alright. If we do quick, if we finish by 1:45 in half an hour, we can do a second game, but that's gonna have to be it. Trivia Murder Party 2, Dictionarium. Propose your games. Got a second Dictionarium. Trivia Murder Party 2, we're tied up at 2. Split the Room. Do you saying split the room because we're tied at 2? Very close. Andy only won by 200 points. Very, very, very close. I almost beat Ali too. Dictionary short? It is. Dictionarium. Trivia Murder Party 2. Well, so that makes Dictionarium at 4 and Trivia Murder Party at 3 so far. 3 sections of the butt? I don't know. You'll have to ask Olivia about that. Split the Room, that gets 2. Only if you'll be afforded. Aww. I will accept Worst Liar. Alright, we're gonna have to get going. Toot toot, we gotta scoot. The boxes in your butt? I mean, that's fair. Boom. Soft pretzel with Asiago cheese. Ooh, that sounds good. I love soft pretzels. Doesn't feel like it's short? Well, maybe you're not used to how long it is, Mythic. Eventually, you will get used to it, and it won't feel so short. Or it may feel shorter than it is, once you get used to how long it is. There we go. Dick is pretty short if you play with it fast enough. That's true. If you play with it too fast, then it won't grow to its full potential. You sure if you're lucky? No, it's not about luck. It's about your skill. Hey Carlos, you're just in time. This game, if we hurry, a second game. Concentrated power of will, indeed. This context we're actually talking about we're also talking about the game Dictionarium. We're talking about whether it feels long or short. Can you get a code? All right, there's your call for your code. All right. As soon as the Moogle map, need a sip of tea. Excuse me. As soon as the Moogle Master comes in, we will be dropping the code in. All right, there we go. That's the sound. Here comes the code for the rest of you. 3, 2, 1, go. Those of you who really play Nasa, you get more points. Ah, okay. Not playing through those balls. I mean, to be fair, it is a gay tennis team. About length? Yeah, it's true. We can have fun with something that's shorter. All right, let's get this game started before we get off track.
Hello! Welcome to the Dictionarium, a magical land where you can make new words with
Andy,
just
did
a
you
wish
put that
and a
into the
dream
chat
and a
rather than
handheld
in the
device.
right
What an
window?
intelligent crew! In the Dictionarium, you make up definitions for made-up words.
Fortunately,
so there
Andy
are no
still
right
made it in,
answers.
but-
Relax into the game. If you want to play along, join the audience by entering the room code. Let's begin! Right now, you're getting a new phrase sent to your device.
As long as you
Write a
enjoy it
definition for the
fully.
piece of slang on your device.
So sometimes enjoying it, long or short, kind of depends on how much you relax.
If you can't think of words, just start with the letters that make you the happiest and let them hug. Hit submit. Time is almost up.
Well, if that's the language you speak, Zio, yes, it is also
Let's see what we
appropriate for
have.
this crowd. When you're about to come, suddenly Naked Grandma pops into your head. All right. A minute warping of facts which serves the speaker, often used by politicians. When teenagers take boring old people's stories out of context. When you misunderstand what someone says because of too much slang.
And now we vote. Pick the definition that makes you feel groovy.
Thank
And
you for the
remember, you can award bonus points to the
Thank you
ones
for
that
the
stole
shout
your
out.
heart.
Olivia. Playing VR chat.
When there's a tie, I pick my favorite.
Ah, Moogle Master. Got that one. I liked mine.
Now let's do the other one.
Jailed gruel you need to lick off of the floor because your inmates dumped your food on them. Off the floor. Okay. Type of gruel served by fairy tale villains to imprison characters. That sickly feeling you get after encountering Cruella de Vil. Something nasty that has come alive and is spewing foul sounds.
Vote for your favorite, my little doggy bones. Pick the definition you think should be recorded in the official Dictionarium.
I mean, lick off the floor. Sounds fine if you're from the south, Kyoku. And also fairy tale? Wrong tale unless you're talking about the anime.
And the winning definition
It's
to be
actually
recorded
TALE as
forever
in a
the
story.
dictionarium is...
Alright, round 2.
Give me a new phrase that could mean the same thing as the definition on your device. Round 2
Really bad
is
words to
fast.
streamer, that's
You
why I know
too
the streamer's
must be
getting bullied.
fast.
What? What? Boo.
We're gay like a fox.
Skella Beehive, thank you for the follow. We're playing Dictionarium, maybe with one game to follow if we...
Quick, submit! Time is almost up!
Type of gruel served by
Let's
fairy
check
tale
out
villains
these
to
baby
imprison
wordlings.
characters.
Aww.
Here's a cinnamon.
Pick the phrase
Booger
that best
broth.
fits the definition.
Magic crap. Root cruel. Porridgement.
And the winning slang is...
Magic crap? I actually looked at that the first time. I thought they were saying magic harp.
You know what to do. Vote again.
Oh, good night, Etsy. Oyasumi. Boring old people contact Boomer Noomer. Okay, Boomer. Bonk text young adult hearing loss. Have a good sleep, Etsy. And thank you for all the gift subs to the community. That's really sweet of you. And all the bits. You were definitely the master conductor on that train.
Vote, please. There was a tie, so I just picked my
Between
favorite.
Kyoku and Beatles Girl. Alright. Did I deserve it? Well, I don't know. That's a lot of money, Etsy. I hope you can afford that. Alright. Final round.
Time to use this slang
This
in a
is
sentence.
a quick game. We're looking at
Write
like
a
10
sentence
minutes.
containing the new slang phrase.
And if we skip the song,
If you can't remember what the sentence is, it is a string of words connected by spaces, like beads on a string or cars on a train. Or, actually, none of those are connected by spaces. I don't know. Just write the sentence, jeez Louise.
Jeez Louise. Jeez Louise, like, oh my gosh. Sleep well, Etsy.
complete your sentences very, very much right now.
Yes, Cheese Louise.
Wahoo! I want to see these.
Used to make do with a lot of boomer numer when I was younger because my dad would tell me all these things that made no sense. That comment from Fox News is something I expect from a boomer numer. That boomer numer was funny, but I totally need to know the original situation. Saying your grandpa hated kids because he didn't like tending goats on his farm is a real...
Groovy. Time to vote.
Yeah, I figured.
The votes are in, and the winning sentence is...
Oh, I stuck an extra word on because I'm gonna type more, and I ran out of time. Sick and tired of Elsa's magic crap. Mr. fed her magic crap after she got done cleaning the horse stables. Puzzle was in prison and was served magic crap. It tasted so foul it made all her hair fall out. Wow! I paid 500 Poké Dollars for a magic carp, and this old dude just gave me some magic crap instead.
It's time to vote.
Hey kid, you showed up just in time. Also, it looks like Jigen from Lupin Sansei. Yeah, the voting. That's. Looks like the magic card from Allie.
The winning sentence is...
I think that might put Allie over the top.
There it is! What a glorious contribution to the dictionarium.
You like Jigen? Alright, that's fair. Oh, they have the whole set.
Here it is, a complete entry for the dictionarium. Thank you for your genius. Oh, and now we get to see who won.
But... is that supposed to be Fujiko in the middle? Oh, really? I won off that? I'm a little
Hurry
surprised.
back. I just found a dozen words hiding in my shag carpeting.
I would have felt better if I didn't, like, mistype that. Alright, let's get to the next game.
The game that you are playing, well, it causes much hilarium. You make up
Let's
silly
get going.
words and
Trivia
phrases
Murder Part
ending
2,
in
we do have
hysterium.
time.
You have
We
to
finished
answer
well
quickly, though
early.
you really mustn't tarium.
Trivia Murder Part 2, Trivia Murder 3, blather around.
So gather in the living room, pull up
Looks
a
like it's gonna be
stool or
Trivia Murder
charium
Part 2.
with
That's
lots of
quite a
foods and
lead.
beverages like milk or juice or barium.
Whiplash,
Then start to
blather
make your
around.
crazy words
Trivia
and
Murder
don't
Part
forget
2,
to vary 'em.
blather
And
around.
that is how you win a dictionarium.
Blather around has 3. But Trivia Murder Part 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Blather around up to
You've
4.
got to be creative. Sense of humor is necessarium. Your definitions must stand out. We don't want ordinarium. To finish as the winner, well, you can't be secondarium. You've got to be the boss. Don't settle for the secretarium.
Lupin
Anyone
Third
can play
looks
a baby
great.
or a centenarium.
I do like
Play it
like
with
that
your
series.
friends or
It's a lot
even
of fun.
with your adversariums. Any time of year is fine in May or Januarium. There's no excuse to not play dictionarium.
All right, enough enjoying the song. It's great, but I do gotta go to bed. Sorry. A daddy? I don't know if I would even really consider that, considering that he's, you know, a murder host. Code? Alright, well, I have to Hey, Win! Alright, Andy wants a code, Olivia wants a code. How you doing, Win? Also, game, please. Just told you I have a time limit, and you're like... Okay. Let's see, Andy. Andy Wolf. And Olivia. Voice changer? Maybe. Who knows? Sounds kind of like the guy from Red Letter Media. Alright, that's it. Only 2 people wanted codes. Alright, so here we go. It's gonna go into chat. Yeah, it's been a long time. Also, you missed movie night last night. Alright, here we go. Still too tired? This is your chance. Alright, up to you, Mark. Mark my words, you may regret it. But you can still join in the audience. There's less pressure in the audience. Alright, here we go. 5 slots open. 3, 2, 1, go. Alright, boom. Do you ever feel like I'm gonna spit out my Adam's apple? Maybe. Or maybe you're just trying to work on your voice. Hardcore Henry, I've been trying to get it on there. I put it on the poll myself like 5 or 6 times now. People don't seem to want to watch it. What do we watch? We watched Meet the Robinsons, the Disney movie.
Residents familiar with the abandoned building.
And then we watched The Brave Little Toaster. It was kind of an animated night.
This is your wake-up call. Prepare to die. Welcome to Trivia Murder Party. That glowing review in Real Hotels magazine was a fake, luring you here to fight for your life.
Am I seriously the first person that said "mark my words" to you,
It's been all
Mark?
over the news. I mean, there was a whole montage about it at the beginning, so I'm surprised you didn't see this coming.
I mean...
All right, first question. What is the actual name of the painting more popularly known as Whistler's Mother? Use your device to answer the question. That goes for the audience, too.
Meet the Robinsons is an underrated Disney film? Absolutely. You've never seen it? That would have been a good time to join us.
Time's
I
running
love
out.
that movie. Not my
And the
favorite
correct
Disney
answer
movie,
is-
but I think it's really good.
Who got the question right?
You see one of you
The
haven't?
rest of you, time for consequences.
It's really good, and I was trying... Basically, the reason I suggested it is
Doom
because
service. We're at room 113.
I was saying that a lot of people, especially younger people, are worried about
It's
failure,
magic time.
about being stuck in the past,
Pick a space in this box to
and
hide yourself.
needing to have that
When this was
message
used in
of,
magic
yeah, it's
shows,
okay
there
to
were
make
safeguards
mistakes,
inside to prevent
and it's
injury,
important to
but don't
follow
worry,
through with
I
what you
took
say.
those out.
But, you know, keep moving forward. Keep, like, trying your best even when you do fail.
It's time for the volunteers. Good news, I'm giving you a sword. On your device, choose a row or a column to run your sword through. Fun fact, when I... Stab,
Blows
stab.
your mind? I mean... Oh, we got multiple people.
Ta-da!
Ooh. Mughal Master got penetrated from both sides. This
You're
could be
back.
this could be a quick game
so
too.
Don't freak out. But you're a ghost now. Keep playing, and you just might steal someone else's
One got
life
lucky?
force and win the game.
Do you mean Hypnomancy or
also,
do you mean
there's an
Moogle Master
audience
who
in the
got
game.
double
If they
penetrated?
survive, you die. Hot tip: you can join the audience at any time.
I'm just saying.
Let's keep
Depends
moving.
on your perspective.
I have like so many bone facts. What is the periosteum?
Ever heard of Wamala hash? No, I can't say that I have.
Time
Or I
to
could,
stop.
but it wouldn't be accurate. What is it?
It-
Hey, Luke.
This.
The periosteum is a membrane that goes along the outside of the bone.
The rest of you who are still alive.
It is
I wanna
1:43
show
in the
you
morning,
something.
Luke.
Welcome to room 217. Let's play with
Really like that?
dice.
Also
Roll as much as you
does
want to
depend
add
on
to your
that,
score.
yes.
I'll kill the player with the lowest score, but go over 21 and you die instead. And don't forget, if they roll a skull, that adds 1 to everyone's score.
3:43? Okay, you are in.
Honestly, it's
Central
mostly just an
time.
excuse to use these cool skull dice.
Keep moving forward. Yeah, but I think keep moving forward is a little bit more all-purpose. And just keep swimming is... Ooh, Andy.
Ooh, busted! One of the most
Just
common
Keep Swimming
dangers
came
of
later.
dice is blowing up.
Why? I mean, that's just how he rolls.
Let's try another one. What country is the Sistine Chapel in? Almost out of time.
Some people are having too much fun with yay.
This. Follow me.
Vatican City does not count as Italy. It's a separate country contained
I'm giving you
entirely
all
within
scratch
Italy.
Tickets. What a quirky last-minute gift. Scratch and find $3 to live. And if you keep scratching, I'll give you cash for all the extra $signs you find. But if you scratch off even one skull, you die.
The Vatican City is a
Start scratching.
world's smallest sovereign state. It's like something like 22 square miles or something.
Why stop now? We know what a losing ticket means.
Double kill. Both of you tried to make a tic-tac-toe pattern, and both of you died on the last one. Sometimes it's better to just be
We're
random.
here. When one player is left alive, we'll go to the final round. Next question. What iconic move does Elwood's teach the beauty parlor in Legally Blonde?
Tic-tac-doe. Yeah. Tic-tac-dead. Figuring which of the two. I mean, people probably confused it because they might have thought Renaissance movement started in Florence, which would have been Italy rather than Vatican City.
Who picked this?
The bend and snap. How's
Only
the
a
audience
ghost
doing?
got it wrong. Way too easy. Let's keep moving. The constellation Capricornus is also known as what?
Film was a guilty pleasure. That's fair. Ben and Snap, yeah, Mythic knows that. Never seen you have enough gay friends.
Picked
True.
this.
The sea goat.
Everyone again?
Uh-oh.
You all need to be taught a lesson.
Uh-oh. It's me and Beatles, girl. You're a Capricorn? That does help.
Hopefully you can defend yourself from ESP. Type in an answer that fits this category. Everyone else will answer too. And if anyone matches you, you die. Including any potential mind readers.
I mean, there's 8 answers.
Now, let's see if there are any matches.
Any matches? Carlos, no!
You got read like a book.
Although my second answer, which was celery, also would have killed me.
Ah, crap, I killed everybody?
But I am in the
I guess I'll
lead,
bring
which
one of
means
you
I
back.
still get it.
See, having the most money is good for something. The time has come.
Watercress, it's kind of a root vegetable.
Glad to see you're the one
It's-
to make it
it's
here alive.
kind of-
But will you be the one
I mean,
to
do you know what
escape?
jicama is?
I'm going to give you a category.
Like that.
Countries bordering the Indian Ocean.
Celery was a
Tap
correct
each
answer.
answer that fits the category and then press submit. Let's see the right answers. You move forward 1 space for each correct answer. You're a little bit closer to escaping. Oh wait, did you think it was going to be just you? Aw, that's cute. If a ghost catches you, they'll steal your life force. Then they can try to escape and win the game. Here's everyone's next question. And they get a 3rd chance to help them catch up to you. Time is almost up.
And only 1996.
Let's just call that a fluke.
Yep. Summer Olympic years.
10-letter words.
Except for this year. This year doesn't count. ...2021 is a fluke.
I don't have anything good to say about how the audience is doing.
You timed out? Try refreshing the page.
Cruciferous vegetables.
Oh yeah, I know, they still call it 2020. Cabbage. Cruciferous vegetables. Cabbage. Cauliflower.
Don't fall behind.
Broccoli, I think.
Here comes the darkness.
Plus, they didn't want to have to
Butterfly
reprint
life cycle stages.
all of their Olympic like goods and stuff.
Time is almost up.
Here comes the darkness. I
Uh-oh, this
think
might be over soon.
I think audience and Hypnomancy are dead. Oh no, still moving too. Okay.
Fortnite skins.
Hey, Cactus. Yeah, if you don't know Cactus Mutt, one of our
You are but shadows now.
hardworking mods here, as
not
well
so
as-
fast. You need a perfect answer for your final escape.
a sassy
And that
sassy
includes
day.
the third answer choice now too.
Go follow Cactus Mud if you haven't. It'll be a good time. Darn it! I hate that question. I don't know London Tube Lines.
The end is upon you.
Sir Sassalon? Yes.
Terminology. Time is almost done.
Oh, dang it. I better not lose because I'm just like bumping into the fence here. I'm about to get passed up.
Divisible by 7.
Okay, I think I got this. Yay, math. Naughty night. Ugh. Good thing I had a lead, because otherwise, yikes. We was flailing around like crazy. Yeah, you all caught up. You almost made it. Victim of ESP. Rolled bad. Dice are better than cards, right? Didn't hide well. Hid poorly. Scratcher disaster. Automatel, you were one move away. Scratched a skull. Sword to the heart. Could not escape in time. Audience died too. No! Easy. If you can do math quickly, yes. 8 Mile High for work and a lot of sun. Pooped? Yeah, you should be. Take a load off. Spa day? Sounds lovely. Mythic's gonna get impaled on that sword. Alright, second place, I think gave it to Beatles Girl. Beatles Girl, do you have any, anyone that you want to raid tonight? I mean, as much as I love this music, but I'm gonna have to go switch over to here. Oh, wait. We still can do Stream Raiders while we're trying to decide this. Catch you next time. Lovely having you, Andy. Always happy to have you, and glad you can join us. Yes, in Twitch? Yeah, preferably in Twitch. Oops, we lost a dinosaur. Oh, we're gonna lose another dinosaur. This is not gonna be a great score. Your ass is tired? Why specifically your ass?
ウィンセマイスイック殿は Twitch プライムでサブスクしました。
Thank you for the sub. 17 months, Win? Yikes. The stream of your love day. Thank you for the giggles. That's just the way we roll. And why do you need your butt to stream, Cactus Butt? Pressing at a desk? No, they said they were hiking. 6 mile hike. 8 kills for me. Pepper with 5. Oaklight with 3. Oaklight, you're supposed to go to bed. Why are you still up? Pepper, Velfra, Lunara, and Cactus Mutt with the 1. Alright, Pepper's... alright. Well, I mean... Cactus says his ass is tired, and he says it's from hiking, but there may have been other reasons.
Oh, hey, I'm just about to go to bed. I know we couldn't Skype tonight, but that's alright. Good night, girl. I'll see you tomorrow.
Bet right after I'm going to pass on my raid suggestion. Alright, well then next would have been Andy. It's only on search to hike the butt plug. Also possible. Nice and firm. Get those tight glutes. Darken Tiger? Sure, we can do that. I haven't raided Darken in a long time. Let me make sure they are still up. Sound command soon? Alright, sounds good. Beautiful pain in the butt. I know you've called me a pain in the butt sometimes. I didn't know you thought of me that way, Cactus. Come on, ad, stop playing. I want to... Oh, they've only been streaming for an hour, so that should be fine. Darken's new avatar makes him look like a Funko Pop. They had 15 people, but that's borderline. All right. Well, had a lot of fun today. A lot of laughs. A lot of juvenile humor, but you know, that's why you come out, hang out here. Even though this wonderful community you have done help. Beatles Girl, we love you here, and I hope that will help you love yourself at some point. We are not going to leave you. We're not going to kick you out. We're not going to ban you. I just hope that you can see how much we love you and that you can be yourself, and don't be afraid to keep moving forward, just like the movie said. Almost slept in, glad you made it. I wish you didn't have to, like, get up really early to join us, Andy, but I'm glad you made it. Love juvenile, that's why you come out. Yes, that's why you come out. Because of juvenile humor. Alright, let's show him the Fox Love pounces. See you all Monday. Have a great weekend. Bye.